Good morning. Good morning. The show will be starting in just a moment.
My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hating. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. Yeah. I'm back home, man. And guess what the fuck strapped on me? Last chance in it, you can call me business. I'm all up in it, bro, strictly by my business. Protect my shit like a lamp hole Indian. If you ain't got this, man, I strongly recommend it. Neck on tennis, wrist on tennis. Black Jesus beats with black dreadlocks in it. I came here to win it. I need playing time. You can't stop me, just foul me and send me to the line. It's young May Izzo, Hancock Dizzle, and I don't give a fuck about none of you niggas. I gun at you niggas. This ain't time for play. I'm almost off parole, so I be smoking every day. Approaching with a K, smoking on a J. I go anywhere, I don't give a fuck where you stay, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. Old black Chevy, yeah, that's me. A triple and a motherfucking double OG, nigga. You don't know me, you gotta be drinking. I'm known for cutting heads, don't leave a nigga sinking. I leave a nigga blinking, just for all that blinging. You think the Hook Green will call me the Orange Man? Cause when I get at ya, I really get at ya. I'm like Vin Diesel, bro, I keep a vendetta. It's always about cheddar. It's never cause you let her, cause I don't wanna anyway. See, I can do better. See, I can do stellar. She love the way I groove. She like the way I cut the sack and still make it move. I'm nothing like that dude. Yeah, I'm something special. I'm known for getting money, so I ain't gotta address you, but not to disrespect you. If you touch my nephew, my niece, or my daughter, or my son, I'm coming at you, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. In the key shit, nigga. Nintendo Wii shit, nigga. Let it game on you niggas. Let it cane on you niggas. We'll bang on you niggas. Let it rain on you niggas. I'm ashamed of you niggas. And you know I know triggers. You know I know figures. Been in it since a youngin'. Wild out dungeon. Young Paul Bunyan. I came in running. Ain't going out gunning. I always had something. I don't owe you nothing, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga.
10 out of 10, so I'm smashing, yeah. Like a reindeer, I be flying and shit. I be high as a bitch, call me Dasher, Hop out the whip and I'm trying to make sense of my life, cause a young nigga cashing, I'm in the crib, it's like triple your rent, I just pay that shit. I'ma keep laughing, bro. Bro, keep a Glock in my dog, keep a stick, it's a combo. The sock gon' be tragic, whoa. Could buy a king, no Kardashian, though. All in her tissue, potassium stroke. Walked in the condo, got cash on the floor. Your bitch wanna fuck, can't be mad at these hoes. I'm smoking that stuff and I pass it to bro. Exotic, we don't pull from casual Joe. He got it, we don't cut from casual hoes. Won't smoke, make him dance like some glass on the floor. No love in the streets, they be moving the code. No glove with the heat, I be soothing the pole. I pull up, I might snatch up 2 of his hoes. I'm chilling, but I could be doing the most. You say you my bitch, you gon' do it for sure. If I know that bitch, you removing the post. Cause all of these hoes, they be ruining those. And niggas is not who I'm doing it for. He losing, that's awful.
Let's go in the new live.
At the bottom, don't care about your life, so my shooter Picasso. My name
There's
in
a
your
new
mouth,
live.
I'm no life. We got bullets you catching, gon' stop you. Make all legal money, we won't even rob you. So high off this plane, we might coin on the cop. You ain't know I'm no killer, but ready to start to. German Hellcat costs an arm with some bands, yeah. Smoking strands, I'm not popping those in, yeah. Niggas whack, don't got no plan, damn. I just don't understand them, so I guess I'm the man, yeah. Foreign bitch, foreign whip, I'm Dan, yeah. Stick my foot in the German, no sand, yeah. Make you feel all the pressure, no can, yeah. Like a reindeer, I be flying and shit, I be high as a bitch, call me Dasher, Hop out the whip and I'm trying to make sense of my life, cause a young nigga cashing, I'm in the crib, it's like triple your rent, I just pay that shit. I'ma keep laughing, bro. Bro, keep a Glock in my dog, keep a stick, it's a combo. The sock gon' be tragic, whoa. Like a reindeer, I be flying and shit, I be high as a bitch, call me Dasher, Hop out the whip and I'm trying to make sense of my life, cause a young nigga cashing, I'm in the crib, it's like triple your rent, I just pay that shit. I'ma keep laughing, bro. Bro, keep a Glock in my dog, keep a stick, it's a combo. The sock gon' be tragic, whoa. 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 Sock gon' be tragic, whoa.
Wait a minute.
Ten out of 10, so I'm smash. Yeah. 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 So they told me to walk when the beat come on. Niggas love to talk like they on speakerphone. I've been spinning my wheels, now my tires gone. Yo, bitch watching me drink out this styrofoam. When she talking to me,
okay, y'all, I'm about to end this when y'all come
handle the time I'm on. All these hoes getting knocked like they dominoes. Stacking these hundreds gon' need me a lot of those. Freakiest bitches, they be off the Casamigos. Yeah, I'm minding my business, they watching me though. You can't be high as me cause they call it beast mode. That's why all these girls tripping, not wifing these hoes. They gon' drain you up, come back down to the zero. But she sucking me dry like she Team Mosquito. I don't like him and single, need more amigos. When this bitch off the liquor, she mother freak hoe. I gave Brody a key, let him start when he young. All this weed in my system, inside of my lungs. I can flow with my wings like a rebel or something. If you think I'm not peeping, I'm just acting dumb. Watch my back for no reason, not trying to get slumped. It's that time of the season to cop you a gun. Fuck the police that's locking up niggas for none. I got family and friends and they still on the run. Let your faucet drip, cause my heart in my freezer on top of shit. Now them niggas can't see me, a chopper bitch. It might be what I'm needing. My Brody be blacking out like he a demon. She said she want kids and I'm out full of semen. Take care of my own, but the kids had to leave him. Do shit when I won't fuck a hand, I don't need them. And those are the steps that we take and repeat them. Hey, quit all that yelling, my girl is annoying. A nigga stand next to me, got a little boy in my look in my bank and I like I was going. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. I hit us some soldiers, I gotta deploy them. I'm still ranking up in this bitch, I'm still loading. She matching the clip, both them bitches is foreign. She not mixed with something, I'm calling her boy. I do the club up and I take me a sip. I'm taking the party right back to my whip. I give me some extras inside of the clip. She start to get shifty, then we gotta dip. I get plenty rolls, she snatch me a sip. Won't catch me from black and miles up to my lip. The drink in the system, she doing the flip. She already moving and it's just a tip. You niggas done yet cause you get on a lot of me. Smoking that pressure, that gas, that quality. I hate you once, I might mess up your life. I can't name you an ex that does not fucking follow me. But with the precedents, they know a part of me. Future been looking like I hit the lottery. Gotta have money to be part of quality. Bitch, I be floating like I'm Harry Potter. They told me to walk when the beat come on. Niggas love just to float, they on screaming Harry Potter. I been spinning my wheels, now my tires gone. Yo, bitch, watch I be floating like I'm Harry Potter. She talking to me, told her dollar tone. And she said she get handled like I'm Harry Potter. These hoes getting knocked like they dominoes. Stacking these hundreds gon' need me a lot of those.
All right, I'm in here. Bye, y'all.
might catch me a felony. I put a leaf in a leaf and you smelling it. And she a freak in the sheets on that bag and shit. Gave her the good and forever she treasure it. Don't need a scale, pull it out and she measure it. Using her tongue and her mouth for the pleasure. And nigga was down, that shit was terrible. Look at me now like I'm Busta, I'm lyrical. Leaving a spell on the bitches rememberable.
I'm gonna share the live on my
ain't no more laughing. I find it
community
hysterical.
wall.
That I reached in my back for a miracle. When you that nigga, you know, cause they stare at you. Bitches get jealous and niggas get scared of you. Haters assuming don't know they can learn from me. Car going boom like I don't keep a gun on me. Baddie, she Asian, my Cuba's from Germany. Asked if I'm blessed and I'm telling them certainly. They love to test me, they won't get a word from me. I come address it like this shit a burglary. Saying my name, I might take that shit personally. Nobody's perfect, but do my shit perfectly. I get the bad niggas know that I got it. I say where your bad niggas saying they had it. I see all these faces and they can keep watching. They see that I ran up a check at some baddies. They see my chicks floating and flying a ladder. A D1QB with the weak as I'm passing the blunt to my bitch, but no camera, she flashing me. She want a movie, so let's make a masterpiece. I've had Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. Run up and be unsuccessful like Hillary. Say what I do, what I want, and deliberately. She rubbing on me intentionally. She make it stand to attention like Statue of Liberty. Too many chances at death, seen it vividly. Watch for these bitches, they'll set you up willingly. Thankful for God, he ain't let them get rid of me. Now I relax and that money come instantly. Bitch, get my uncle up top. She said 20 plus shots in the car, only holes in the inside, not outside. Up by his own niggas. He grew in the south, took the police 2 days to find a vacant house. So me and his son, you know, family, we vowed that whoever it is, karma coming around. He got booked at 16 and just now getting out, but he told me to call her. Some niggas get loud. If I call him, I'm leaving, cause she gon' get wild and he don't miss. He shoot up the spot with a smile, miss a target. He won't catch your ass in the crowd. We don't care about 12, cause we bonding them out. I can tell him chill out and don't do it. It's worked for me twice, but the third time it's not working. Now watch your back, cause he creeping in silence. He lurking, fuck up your life purpose. He purging, no doubt. Running from the Jakes in the S5. Baddie tryna fuck, gotta wait on this test drive. And I gotta wait with your base. She on standby. Said you getting cake and she said you a damn lie. I can hear the V and the A when I redline. I can make a band, couple K's up in real time. Yo, bitch is a fan from LA. She on drill time. Nigga wear a magnet cause I pull a nigga bitch like Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. Italian, Puerto Rican, white, black, Spanish, Asian twice. Bad bitch from Barbados, nice. Shit get spicy in my life. Yo, yeah. Money on top never will be depleted. I keep it private, I know that you see it. Lifestyle contagious, I know that you fiending. Under my hood, underlying a demon. Enter success, niggas be intervening. I do shit different, no history repeated. Turbo to listen, and now the bitch cheating. Told on the Michael, the hoe gotta beat it. Containing the loud, cause it be on the musty shit. Smell like a cloud in this hoe, and I'm loving it. Wood in the palin, you know that I'm puffing it. Proud of my life, it taught me not to trust a bitch. New path unlocked, but I've been had discovered it. Open a jaw, and I bet I can muffle it. Look from afar, and it look like she tussling. Mouthful of something, I asked her to come again. Want my attention, and you gotta pay me. They try to adopt what I do, but they failing. I fill up the whip with the gas on the daily. This bitch on my dick, and I dad named the Kaylee. You wife up a hoe, keep your guard on the daily. Not tryna play Russian roulette with my baby. Not tryna play dealer, no deal with these ladies. I wanted to fuck, but her ideal is crazy. They say that I'm him, that I'm different. While I double my cup in the kitchen. Like I'm Jordan, the niggas they pippin'. Man, the shower can't even catch me slipping. Genie power, but infinite wishes. We got fire, make you swim with the fishes. We this hour, advancing my senses. I told Santa won't pressure for Christmas. I might grow some weed, not for sale, but for oxygen. Call me, I can't eat the cherry, I'm popping it. 2 she squeaking, beatboxing, no dolphin shit. Shit don't affect me, but know that I'm causing it. Causing effect in this bitch, ain't no pausing it. Life be a movie for real, so I'm vlogging it. Star of the film, we don't need you, I'm hogging it. Yo, bitch, the feature, she love when I'm dogging it. I'm schooling these niggas, no scholar. I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me, my pockets on swole. I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space, so I answer my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches, be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. These niggas no scholar, I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me, my pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. No reversing a nigga and skip a bitch. And I stand on this shit like I pivoted. Different from niggas, I earned all my privileges. I could be dumb and burn through these benefits. Talking that bull, put your eye where you're missing it. You can't be mad cause I'm center attention, bitch. Maybe sit back, take some notes while you witness it. This bitch is mixed with 3 races, a triplet. My buy a pendant, I crave it, I get it. Your life in a coffin, you mad cause I'm living. I'm not into pictures, but naked, she sent it. Don't pay the fuck bitches, they all independent. She quick to point out little shit that ain't given. But when niggas do it, we cancel by women. But bitches, they love when I'm misogynistic. They don't want to equal, they want a statistic. A GTA closet be so hard to pick a shoe. Like the blunt make a spark color Pikachu. Niggas don't drink for my niggas, I hit a few. Only special occasions I pick and choose. Didn't wanna fuck, I put her in a bitter mood. So she just started sucking like Pickaboo. Head game is trash, out of luck, I'm not picking you. Canceled her flight, what the fuck, I'm not dicking you. I'm schooling these niggas, no scholar, I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me, my pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. These niggas no scholar, I didn't go to college, but GPA perfect. Go ask them about me, my pockets on swole, I didn't use my diploma. I wake up to pussy and blunt and deposits. You wake up every day to empty pockets. Open the space so I enter my rocket. Niggas be mad over bitches be plotting. I'm too nonchalant, don't give one fuck about it. I don't need this for real, but I mean, hey. Trying to figure out this problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them. Niggas finna hate this. Your brother 27 with a minor on some gay shit. On this nigga ass at first I wasn't gonna say shit. He couldn't get the hoes, I guess he had to make a lane switch. Acting like a sis, really acting like a bitch. He can talk it out, but I can't understand him with the list. Not to mention he be dressing up for views, he wearing wigs. Not to mention nigga 27, out here scamming kids. Foreign coupe, I love to walk around it, capping, so let's talk about it. Laughing but nobody smiling, too old to be acting childish. He didn't want the smoke, brought up my mama, so bro now you got it. If you know what's best, then close your mouth and keep my mama out it. Now I'm making noise, piss me off and now I'm too annoyed. Nigga play with toys, he play with them and fuck with little boys. I can't just ignore it, water deep just like we finding Dory. I don't have a choice, the war is coming, hope you ready for it. Double cup I'm sipping, you can talk your shit, but leave my family out and I ain't tripping. Don't let this shit go over your head, I really hope you listen. I'm real fed up hearing this and that, you acting like a sissy. Thought I was misogynist, but you keep sneak dissing these women. Problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Trying to figure out this fitness problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them.
We finna squash them. Hey, y'all. We ready. I got everything ready. Let me cut the music off. Okay, yes, sir. How y'all doing on this amazing money making Monday? Yes, we make money today. Even on here on YouTube, we're making money. We're monetized. So without further ado, we're going to get right into the subject at hand. We're still talking about Sebastian Rogers, the 15-year-old boy who has been missing since February the 25th. That was the last night he was seen alive. I'm not even going to say the 26th because we don't even know. The 25th. He's still missing. Police did another extensive search in the area that I actually was searching in to no avail. Other tips have been coming in. Someone had a tip that they saw him and Chris's Proudfoots car headed towards Mississippi on Highway 412, which that highway would be the highway that you would take to go towards Chris's work, leaving their home in Hendersonville. So I hope they checked out that lead as well as some other leads. But what I want to talk to you guys about is the Proudfoots interview and how everything, 1 minute it was this and 1 minute it was this, and just the differences in like what they're saying. And I'm gonna go to that man's channel that I was telling y'all about, the practical linguistic guy, because he really, like I said, breaks it down. And if you didn't just practical. I know how to find out my history. But before that, we're gonna get right into the first interview that the Proudfoot. I think it's the first interview. I don't know, because I could have sworn on the first interview they didn't want their faces shown, so their hands were just shown. And that video tells a lot as well, because like you would see Katie saying stuff, and then Chris would like tap her hand. Let me see if I can find it. We're gonna do that one first. How about that? They first interview. Proudfoot interview. Before we even get into the Olivia one, because this one was the first one where they didn't want their face shown, and I'm trying to figure out like why you don't want your face shown when we looking for your child. Let's see. It's the one that I think with Channel 4. What the news? See, it's not this one, because this one is showing a face. I want the one where, let's see, Proudfoot first interview. Come on already. Forever. Spell it right. Chris. I don't understand why I can't find the interview all of a sudden, and I know I looked at it. Maybe I had it up on Facebook. Maybe that's what it was. Chris and Katie Proudfoot first news interview. Like, come on. Dang on link. See, this is not the first interview. Let's see. A month ago. March the 5th. Okay, y'all, we're gonna watch this one first, and then we'll go on to the Olivia one. I just wanted y'all to see how, like, when she say certain stuff, she don't say that.
Since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams.
Horseback. I ain't seen nobody on no
exclusively how they feel on.
No, that lady did not say they've been searching by horseback. I have not seen nobody searching by no horseback.
Of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drone, dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke. Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner.
I'm trying to figure out why she called Chris and not 911 first.
Um,
He 3 hours away, allegedly.
I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
Because he didn't.
He's a good kid.
Now he a good kid.
He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open.
You tell Riley's grandparents, I can only imagine what they're going through. Going through
facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
Not in trouble. Why would he think he in trouble?
Now, Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by
Okay, y'all. So that was that interview. That's right. That was not the full exclusive video. She does have a full exclusive. What channel is this channel for? We'll find it after the Olivia interview. But that's the one that I really want to get into for y'all to like analyze. And what I mean by analyze before we even get into Olivia's video, I want you guys to pay attention to exactly what we're looking and listening for, so y'all will know what I mean. Okay. I was hooked on that man channel. Like, oh my God. I'm gonna try to find like the shortest one of his. There's no way. Maybe it'll come up from there. Okay, here it is. I found the channel. It's called Practical Linguistic. And we're going to listen to like the very last one he did 5 hours ago. And then y'all will see what I mean by like what we're going to be listening for. The stuff that she's doing in the Olivia video.
Usual thing. I just wanted to update my thought on the video that we looked at. And this is thanks to you, somebody in the comments, and I've tried to locate the comment, but I can't find it. And I'm sorry, I would like to give credit because I made a very good point. Somebody in the comments said, I don't, because I said this is frustration. Do you remember? I said, oh, that's frustration. And when we use taboo words and we swear, we're expressing some emotion. And I said, oh, well, this is frustration. And somebody in the comments said, no, it's annoyance. And annoyance. But the interesting thing that's going on here, it's exactly the same as the Stuart Hazel. I know you don't, probably not aware of the Stuart Hazel transcript because I never published it actually, but anyway, this guy is lying and he can't bloody remember what she said. It's the only curse word that he uses out of 1,000 words. And it's exactly the same thing that's happening. And I'll tell you what it is. He was eventually convicted of murder. So we know that he was annoyed at the question. It was annoyance. Absolutely right. It was. He didn't like being asked the question. And I think the person who commented and said this is annoyance is right. She doesn't want to be asked this question again either. But she is actually deceiving us into thinking that it's frustration. I wish I had a freaking clue where my son was, she says, you know, as if she's frustrated that she doesn't know. She's actually feeling annoyed at the question.
Right.
it comes off to
That's
us, or
what
she hopes it comes off to us as frustration that she can't find her son.
Right.
That's a deceptive emotion, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to get on and do another video. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I thought I would have a look at, now is her name Kuri Richins or Richards? I don't know the name, but I think I thought I might go back and see if there's anything interesting there. Okay, so interested in that, tune in. I'm not sure that I will do that.
Okay, y'all. So what I'm gonna do is before we get into the Olivia interview, the very first recording that this channel did, and this is the channel name if you guys want to go check it out, Practical Linguistics. And it's the very, y'all can see all the ones in red I've watched. So clearly y'all can see, like, I have really been like listening to this interview, which is the Olivia interview that we're going to listen to. But this is him actually breaking it down. And like, go, I want y'all to hear this very first one, I guess, that I heard.
Welcome. Hello and welcome to the channel. Today I would like to do a short linguistic analysis of a 2-minute clip of a woman called Katie Proudfoot, who is talking about her discovered that her 15-year-old autistic son was missing from the home. She talks about what happened the day before and the moment when she discovered there's no there. And he's actually still missing. So let's have a look at what she said.
Sunday, the day before he went missing, we got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning.
Wow,
we were laughing, we were joking. Fun fact, I made breakfast during breakfast brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call.
How did he know? He wasn't there.
Asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks.
Why y'all bring the snacks home if it's just
we
snacks?
went to the bowling alley, and from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway.
Did he take the can to the end of the driveway?
Told him to go to bed. He just got to his room where he was playing. And he said, "All right, good night, puppies. Love you." He went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing, sleep." And
BJ's is a grocery store.
I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went here.
Really? Girl.
Okay, so the things that stand out to me in this.
Listen.
Firstly, this word here, got up. I'll come back to why she said on Sunday, the day before missing, got up. Just a little thing to say about that later on.
Slow it down because we want to.
This is actually, I know it's in the conjunction column, but that's not a conjunction. That's actually a circumstance that has moved. Fun fact
that you made breakfast.
Laughing, joking, having a good time. So these are the verbs. They were laughing, they were joking, they were having a good time. And what else do I see here? Oh, yes. Okay, so one thing I wanted to say was that if you look at this subject, the subject is
right. Snack because he's 15. Girl, my kids get snacks and they 4 and 5 and 9 and 11.
We, I, we, he, we, I. Doesn't tell us who the subject was here. Asked if I could go and pick her up. Doesn't want to tell us who asked, but anyway, doesn't matter. I, we. These are very simple pronouns for subject. She's not talking about anything more simple, anything more complicated than the people that did things. She's not talking about material things like cars or houses or abstract things, ideas. She's talking about the most simple type of subject we could have. And look at the processes. got up, made, had, laughed, joked, talked, went, picked, got, asked. Again, very, very, very simple word choices. Very simple word choices. And it reminds me of, just to sidetrack for a second, there was a story, which I can't really quote exactly, but it was about Ernest Hemingway. And somebody said to him, or somebody criticized him and said he doesn't use very, very good words. You know, all his words are really simple. And he retorted by saying, well, I don't need $10 words to describe emotions. And neither does Katie Proudfoot. I mean, these words are about the most basic 1-cent words that you could possibly buy, apart from one, which I'll come to in a second. Before I do that, just have a look at these words. Breakfast. First, so by the way, describe how something is done. They're not the most important part of the clause, but they give us the finest detail. But we've got 2 mentions of breakfast there, which please bear in mind. Okay, we'll switch to the next slide. Okay, we can see we've got some more 1-cent processes here. Went, had, came, put, bought, no, is, snacks. A little bit different. Common to say to snack, but so, you know, I'd probably say that's a bit more than a 1-cent word, really, isn't it? As a verb, she's actually taken it from here as a noun, and she's turned it into a verb, verbalized a noun. Right. We can nominalize verbs as well, but she's verbalized a noun there. So maybe that's a 3-cent word, not a 1-cent word. It's significant. She's using a more expensive word there. But then she continues with 1-centers: went, came, took out, is, takes, told, came.
Right.
The word that stands out to me the most, though, here, the most expensive on the page, if you like, you can probably see it already yourself, is the word
colossal.
How much would you pay for colossal? Well, that's
probably
about 10 cents colossal, isn't it?
Let me see a bit
more, 20 cents. It's okay, we do use it quite commonly, but she doesn't. And what is she using it for? She's using it to describe popcorn, which again is food. It's coming back to that food theme again. And when she says it, her eyes kind of open. You know, she really, really opens her eyes as she says colossal, and she minds holding a big bucket-sized bowl of popcorn. Okay, while we're on the subject of popcorn, we've also got some more food words: groceries, snacks, of course, that we talked about earlier, which then becomes nominalized. Sorry, not nominalized, it becomes verbalized. Used again, this food word. So you can snack a snack.
Yes, we are really.
And dinner, of course, another food word. So this theme of food is running through the entire narrative. Another thing that stands out to me here is this subject here that's missing. I'll put a question mark there. She doesn't actually say who told him go to bed.
Right.
About 9 o'clock.
Who told him, Katie?
Someone, she'll tell us that much. Someone told him go to bed. But we don't exactly know.
Chris told him. We know.
And the conjunction becomes an "n" here. And Sebastian, which is the first and only time she's attempted to use his name, Sebastian.
Y'all hear 2 different things? Hold up. I only hear one voice, unless you're talking about you hear my voice too. Do y'all hear anything else talking other than me? Because the video, I paused it, and I don't hear anything else. And I also don't have another video playing. That's me talking over the guy, L. That's me. I don't. Do y'all hear anybody else other than me? Do I sound like a man, L? Okay, I'm about to start the video back.
Localized at all. She just says, she doesn't actually say his full name. In fact, she rarely says his name at all. She just says out of his room where he was playing.
Who is so we're gonna hear this video.
I suppose it is Sebastian. So we don't know who told him to go to bed, and we're not quite sure if he really came out of his room where he was playing. For me, anyway. Okay. Okay, slide, and here the subjects peter out. Well, the he's and the we's peter out. It goes straight to I. This is the last time that Sebastian is going to participate in the story. And how does he participate? Well, he was doing some. I heard some.
Right.
Words. These are very vague objects.
Vague.
Up till now, she's used very.
Girl, why you know what your child was doing?
But these are just totally vague. She doesn't really say what he was doing, and she doesn't say what she heard. The next bit, which is quite significant for me, is this next clause that says, "And I was like."
Right.
I was. She doesn't say, "I said."
I said.
No, she can say, "I said," because she uses it right there. She decides not to. You know, when you're in the flow of speaking, you grab the words that come. You don't have time to stop and decide which ones to use. They just sort of they have to be taken immediately from the conveyor belt in the mind. And you know, she has avoided saying the words here, and she's picked up "I was like." So she knows that she didn't say this. She knows that's the thing that she didn't say. She didn't say, "I don't care what you're doing in. I don't care what you're doing in there." That's what she didn't say. She's telling us that she didn't say that. And I would argue that this is a kind of a sticking plaster that's stuck over what she really did say, because if you have a look at the next word, is a conjunction "but." We use "but" as a contrast word. So you might say something like, I don't like chocolate, but buy me a Mars bar. You know, that would be a good use of the word "but," because it's, you know, the clause is on each side of it. Contrast. Okay. But think about this. I don't care, but go. That doesn't contrast. So this clause here doesn't fit with the clause above it, and it doesn't fit with the clause or piece that doesn't fit in that hole. Okay, the next for me that's of significance here is the word "midnight," about midnight. It's a circumstance that has been moved, so we've got a marked clause here. She wants to mark the clause with time, but you know, she's giving us a sequence here, but what she's doing, she's drawing my attention to the fact that here we have another circumstance of time. So that he went to bed at 9 o'clock, so that gives us 10 o'clock.
Right,
and between 10 o'clock and midnight, what we've got is something that she didn't say.
Right.
Yeah. So 2 hours. There's 2 hours of time here.
Unaccounted for.
We don't really have the truth of what happened.
What was you doing, Katie?
The next thing, have a look at this word, "got up." Remember at the beginning, the first process that she uses is "got up." But there, she's using it in the sense that we got out of bed. Now she's using it again just a minute later, but she's changed her meaning. So no, get up is a phrasal verb that has very many meanings. But when she says it, I assume she has the same meaning that she had the first time, which is get out of bed. So if you read it that way, I got out of bed and I went to bed, then we're very confused. So I got out of bed and I went to bed. Very confusing. Right. She's making us work here to realize that she has perhaps a different meaning for get up. Here, perhaps she means she got up from the sofa.
Right.
But she doesn't tell us that. That's where she was. She doesn't, in fact, tell us anything. She didn't tell us anything about where she was when she was having this conversation with Sebastian. Her location throughout is actually a complete mystery.
Right.
Now, if she does mean I got up in the sense that I got out of bed, then, or you know, I was asleep on the couch, perhaps, maybe this clause belongs somewhere earlier on in the narrative. Maybe he was doing something in his room and I heard some noise, which made me get up. And then I went in there and I had with him, which I'm not going to tell you what I actually said.
Right.
I don't know if it's really the truth of it. I don't know. I'm going to put a question mark there. But get up, for me, is suspicious.
Right. So once you get up,
okay,
did you go up and check on him? Did you
go
up to the kitchen? Did you go use the bathroom? What did you got up
6 o'clock.
to do?
But the other time circumstance is Monday morning. She's put at the end of the clause. So we've kind of got like time bookends here. You know, this is really bracketed. She wants to tell us that this is definitely 6 o'clock. I'll tell you at the beginning, and I'm going to tell you back at the end as well. Monday morning. Okay. She could easily say 6 o'clock Monday morning. Nope. 6 o'clock. I went to wake him up for school morning. I want you to be absolutely clear. This was 6 o'clock Monday morning.
Right. She
And
makes
this is
sure we
referred to
know 6 o'clock.
here with the word that and that. So that bracketed bit of time there, it becomes the subject. That is when he wasn't here. Now, I put the word wasn't. I know we should spell it with an S, but that's not what she said. She changes it to wasn't. Now, I don't know, maybe that's just a local accent, but she doesn't actually want to say wasn't. She kind of can't quite get the word wasn't out. It becomes
because she know what happened.
He wasn't, and this is the other thing I wanted to tell you. She switched from there to here.
Right.
Notice that when all this noise in the room and all that, where are we? Might even have it on this page.
I know what you're doing in there.
In his room. Oh, yes. What are you doing in there? Okay. So, and but when she discovers that he's missing, that is when wasn't here. Where is here? Where is here? Here is actually the dining. When she's speaking, they're sitting in the dining room, not his bedroom. So technically, she's not lying. He wasn't. No, actually, I don't know. But for me, that is a little bit suspicious also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the analysis. One thing I would say also, just I'm not a bit language expert by any means, but notice the way that her eyes opened up when she said colossal popcorn.
Right.
And she does the same thing actually when she says, I don't care what you're doing in there.
Right.
Yeah, her eyes are wide open when she says that.
Yep.
When she says he wasn't here or he wasn't here, she doesn't, her eyes are not surprised at all. They're completely normal. So there's a difference there. Now, this thing about food that runs through the narrative, it might be she's just describing what happened. Of course she is. She's describing that they went to dinner and had breakfast. But food is a big theme in this narrative. And later on, if you watch the whole interview, you'll see that she says that Sebastian sometimes comes and rummages for food.
Say to his mom, if I had a vehicle, I would be there too.
To make her jump and all that. And the stepfather, what's his name? Chris Proudfoot. He describes Sebastian as, believe he says he's a black hole. So meaning,
right, but then on the video, y'all heard him say,
I wonder if
he's not a noise, he's not a runner.
Something to do with food? I don't know. Had he been out rummaging while she was asleep and woke her on the food that we bought for tomorrow? And you wait till your father gets home. He's going to hit you with a belt again. Was it something like that? It scared him into running away, and then something happened. I don't know, but that's the way to think about it. I don't know. Anyway, I should stay in my lane. I'm all about linguistics. So if you like this sort of thing, please like my channel. It's I've had videos up before and I've taken them down again, but I'm going to try and just once in a while post them. So please like, and it will give me a confidence boost to carry on.
And then it was the one where he did on Chris. I want y'all to Chris. When he even Sebastian's dad self says, dang. Oh, but I do see a video where trash can. Oh, y'all. So y'all remember when she said he took the trash to the street because that's his chore, right? We just gonna listen to the video. It makes sense. Like, was it his chore or was that Chris making him throw away his belongings because his room wasn't clean the way that Chris wanted him to clean it? I'm just asking. So yeah, we're gonna get into that video and then y'all let me know what y'all think.
I interviewed the mother and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th of 2024. He vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast.
Now, why would she talk about he got chocolate on his face?
Like that.
It just made me like, you didn't see the chocolate on his face before he went out the door to take his school pictures. It just make me think like she make fun of him. Like, he don't like to be dirty, but look, he don't have a sense of of
overall
this because look, it's
story
chocolate on his
of
face.
Sebastian's disappearance. Kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing. We got up and fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time. We
Girl,
were
bye.
laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call, and
Why is
asked
she
if I could
talking
come
to
pick
him?
her up
Why is she
again.
asking
And
him?
so
He don't know. He was
we
not
went and
there,
did that.
Katie.
We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn.
You have a good time at the grocery
Came
store.
home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because he's 15 and snacks.
What is you bragging about?
We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes
Chris,
it
like,
out
yeah,
of the driveway.
yeah. How you know?
About 9 o'clock. Told him to go to bed. He's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." We went to bed. He was doing something in his room. It was about an hour later. I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he wasn't here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
Here.
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Holy freaking
At that point, like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Monday morning.
Wait a minute, y'all. My bad.
That's when he wasn't here.
What
Did y'all see the
was
picture?
going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid?
Is that chocolate?
Choice words were used. Where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks.
Y'all hold up, y'all. Hold up. This is what I wanted y'all to notice before we continue. Y'all had digging truck on the table, the digging toy. I just want to know if Sebastian really played with that or if that's something Chris put right there. A digging toy that digs dirt. Like, I feel like they telling on themselves.
And things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't.
So why
find
didn't
him.
none of the
He said,
neighbors
"What do you
hear none of
mean?" I
this
said, "He's not
hollering?
in this effing house. I can't find our son." And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over.
So why you didn't call Phil?
And he's already at this point I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming, and
so you plain enough to drive around looking for him?
Three-way.
That cop was a cue to shut up.
Law enforcement, and was telling them our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, "Go back to the house. They're on their way." And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later, we found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, when we were driving up here, this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think
Has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is.
So
He
he's not a
doesn't have
child.
history of being an eloper, which is common, and I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His
So he's been a blessing. He's not a runner.
primary areas
Obviously, he wasn't a blessing enough.
Dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And what are your theories? Like,
yeah, that's
I'm
a crane toy,
your
a
mind
digging
just
toy, y'all,
thought of
on the
every
table.
possible thing that could have happened. But is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is, with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from
What?
he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's
really trying not to go down that road because
What's the worst, Katie?
well,
we're gonna find him.
speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
Oh, why? We don't know nothing because y'all hit him well.
One other question I have is, recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet.
You have to answer for everything when he wasn't even there.
Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately. And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff.
Shut up, Chris. We want to hear Katie by herself.
Updated information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find, like, if someone missed one on a corner or something.
Listen to this, y'all.
Around this neighborhood, and this whole community, I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, but yeah.
That's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his
Look how
father,
he looks.
but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion that we love you, miss you, we want you home. And if you can, call us, get wherever you
I
can.
don't see
let us
the
know.
scratches on
We
his
will
arm.
come
Where
to
do
you.
y'all see the scratches?
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us.
Girl, why that other picture not on the flyer?
Over state lines.
He don't even look like that.
And to get awareness, because not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone can see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks
The wrong face. He
don't
don't
know
even look like
what's
this anymore.
going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? It is amazing because in the past couple of weeks, you've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old, 6 foot,
15-year-old boy,
4 or 7 college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how? So
it's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the
thank you,
college
Get 'em
kid
Book,
is
for
from Missouri,
being on my
I
new
think.
page.
Yeah.
I don't have enough subscribers to go live on there straight from YouTube yet.
Do you guys receive hate
That,
on the internet?
Yes, and it's
These
ongoing.
are
It's every
old
single day.
pictures.
People are people, and they have their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know, or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately,
Of course we want to know.
what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can promise you, every single parent has been vetted. I can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's
the lies you tell.
to that.
The lies.
We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand, I do go on and I do talk to these folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks. But
you must forget we didn't hear Nina's interview.
If you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the
You're
best
not going
of
to
what
answer.
I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them. I promise you.
How has your
guys' life been affected by this? Like, I know it's a broad question, but
Kids
what's
that
like
should
when you
have been
wake
on
up
the
in the
flight.
morning? What's it just like?
Yeah.
Miserable, to be honest with you.
Think of it like this: you wake up every morning,
What?
and your routine is what it is, and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens, and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's
Look at her with
negativity.
this toy.
You know,
Y'all
and
gonna
you try
listen
to
to
make it
me.
a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
You know, we have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad.
He did mention something about cement being laid, talking about you have
So
to
we
have
have
this much
a child that's
cement or
missing.
something.
So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because
He not even 100
Sebastian
pounds.
hasn't
That's
been on
wrong.
vacation in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's gonna be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. Um, on the spectrum, yes.
Was he eating
But
y'all out of house and
one
home?
autistic child in this world is like
With his
another.
own check, Katie, because I'm sure you're getting a check from
What
him.
we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. Um, he kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered
He can be
up in your
That's
face
every
kind of
child.
kid.
he can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah, he's emotional. He's a teenager.
I
He's got
He
it.
does
I
not
definitely want to
punch
hear
and
from
hit
you
and throw,
when
but
we
he gets
get
really
done.
like aggressive stance or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah, he. Man.
He growled. What? And why would Chris laugh? What was that funny if
He's
he was
vigilant.
upset?
You know, and we don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant,
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
you never know.
And I know Seth said they
They'll never stop
subscribing
as
a
all we ask.
Sebastian at 11 years
Keep
old.
searching,
That picture they put up there, that's the
anything,
Sebastian
reach
they
out.
described it.
You know, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna
Seth said that is
definitely,
not him.
you know, keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can and taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what group it is.
Well, I know love
That's
right here
one
in this.
commonality between every group, and that's why, as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So
how can people help?
This community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide,
That's the
multiple
picture.
communities,
It should have been on the flight.
Counties, various people, some people in other states reach out either through social
And that do
media,
look like a bruise. That don't look like no chocolate.
everybody is
Why would he
searching.
would have been eating
They've
chocolate for
looked.
breakfast? Chocolate.
They're constantly looking. They're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this. What about this? All of that is great.
report anything that could potentially, even if it's little?
It doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming,
I'm sure he did. That's why you don't
and
see
trying
this.
to put negative out there, just try to
Y'all
state
showing
the
us these little
facts
baby
and
pictures. We need
report
to know
all
who
the
we
things that
looking
are
for.
positive. Any ideas that may help. Trust me, all law enforcement are
Crane
available
did
and they are
toy
looking
on the
at everything.
table. Sure, that was Chris' idea.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. If you know something, say something. Chronicles of Olivia.
Yeah, so that was that. So now that I showed y'all that, we gonna watch the practical linguistics guy talk about that toy on the table. He say they lay it all out on the table right there in front of us. We just not paying attention. And I believe it. All on the table. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is.
Apart from an interview where Katie and Chris were asked directly, what do you think happened? This is really quite a fundamental question, and neither of them give very, very clear answers. But Christopher says something very curious indeed. And in this video, I invite you to listen to it with me and look at the peculiar language that comprises their answer.
What are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's everything is being looked
We
at.
gonna take the
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we knew the worst. And
that's currently where we're at.
The interviewer asks a fundamental question. What do you think happened? Is there any theory that you have? That would be a great question, but she goes on, unfortunately, and gives them an out. She says, is there any theory that you can talk about?
Right.
And Christopher seizes on this idea of having only certain permissions and says, yes, I thank you for allowing me to limit my answer. And he includes that permission word in the subject of his first clause. What I can tell you is, so we know then that the thing that he can tell us is really limited.
I need to
but anyway, let's have a look. What is the thing that he can tell us?
I like
Those of you who have watched my other videos may have heard me say that I always pay attention to the speaker's words when they move the furniture. The furniture is what I call the circumstance. So a preposition phrase or an adverb, or it could be, and we haven't covered these before, complex clauses where the subordinate clause comes before the main clause, but we don't have any examples of that. So I'm just going to stick to talking about moved circumstances and the furniture. Not only does he move the furniture, but he barricades the door with it. If you look at the first column there that says conjunction, he has stuffed that with furniture for the meaning of the clause. Home, at the end of the clause, read the clause with one of them moved back home. There's nothing with all or enforcement. Or
let me pause it for y'all because y'all asked who he is. I thought I shared already. Well, I know I did. His channel name is Practical Linguistics on YouTube. He doesn't tell us his name, but please follow, y'all. I have binge watched his videos because I love stuff like this.
there's nothing that's been eliminated with all law enforcement. You see, the clause doesn't work with a with preposition. So the circumstance itself are completely redundant in the clause, are only being used as a barricade. And it got the word, what, not just the word law, but he's boosted law as well. All law. Well, let's climb over Chris's scary all law barricade and have a look at the thing that he's allowed to say. There's nothing that's been eliminated. So the head noun is nothing, and he defines nothing with relative clause that's been eliminated, which reverses the meaning of nothing into everything. I said, John, he's long gone, gone to Indiana, ain't never coming home. I said, John, he's long gone, gone to Indiana, ain't never coming home. Nothing that's been eliminated is then nominalized as the word everything and becomes the subject of the next clause. This is actually very good practice because the object, which is an abstract idea, links nicely with the next clause. This is articulated speech, and sometimes Chris's speech isn't very well articulated. He doesn't like to use conjunctions, notice, such as a result or a condition or an additional detail or contrast. And when you don't use conjunction, all you get are these kind of standalone statements which sound rather articulate. So it is actually very good practice to do what he's done here. Everything is on the table. There you are. And I find that to be perhaps the most curious clause in the whole sample, because there is a table right in front of him when he says it.
Right.
Well, if everything is on the table and he is taking his cue for that metaphor from the real table that is in what is on the real table, a picture of Sebastian and a child's toy crane. I couldn't find the same picture of Sebastian that is on the table, so I had to make do with the one I've got here. And I've shown you the nearest thing I could find to the toy crane. And you can see, if you're watching from a mobile phone, I do apologize, probably minute, but you can see a kind of a big bucket on the end of that. And that shows you what that thing does. It scoops earth. I guess it could do lots of things, but that tool that's attached to it is an earth mover. And look at the size of the earth that it moves. I mean, that's 5 men's worth of weight, I imagine, of earth. That is a huge amount of it in one go. So a big earth mover and a picture of Sebastian. Remind ourselves of the question again. But is there any theory? She wants to know what happened. Do you have any idea? And the most articulate sentence that we have from Chris in a long time is this one. Everything is on the table. Notice that he doesn't look at the table as he says the next clause. I'm no behavior expert, so the behavior panel would probably look at that and say something completely innocent. I don't know. But to me, it is so curious that as he says, everything is being looked at from every possible aspect, he can't bring himself to look at the objects on the table.
Right.
Okay, let's see what Katie says in response to the same question. We can find several examples of Katie's supportiveness of Chris in the way that she sometimes picks up the thing that he says and gives some detail for it, or in this case, continues the subject theme. Everything's, she supplies the third. Everything. After from, we get this very large clause complex. He got up and walked away and was outside the search radius before we started searching. That is from. and to finish the sentence to the worst. So from A to B. If we go back to the question a moment, the interviewer, I'm sure your mind just thought of every possible thing that could have happened. Is there any theory? So I think Katie here is giving us her every possible thing. And she does give us a range of things from A to B. I mean, there are only two things, but she gives us that range from A to B. And A, I guess, is the optimistic end of the range. Right. So at the optimistic end of the range of every possible thing that could have happened is he got up and walked away and was outside the search radius before we started searching. I don't know what time they started searching, and I don't know how big the radius was, but she must realize that she is talking about her son who walked barefoot and walked further than the range of the search radius barefoot in the middle of the night. I mean, he must have had to get very early to have gone further than the radius of the search by the morning.
Right.
Remember also from my previous video that Katie has shown perception around the question of who locked the door. She seems to want to imply that Sebastian walked through the front door to leave the house, didn't put his shoes on, locked the door behind him, and walked through the night, got beyond the search radius by the early morning. That's what she's telling us. She thinks is one theory, and that's on the optimistic end.
Girl.
And then on the pessimistic end of the range, B, she says, well, that's the worst. Well, if the best is that he just got up and walked away, what is the worst?
The worst.
What's the worst? Did somebody break into the house? Was it a home invasion? Did somebody kidnap him? I mean, I think she knows there's no evidence of a break-in. So what does she mean by the worst?
Right.
So Katie herself has had a hand in formulating this optimistic end of the range, if you like. She has led us to believe that it's possible that Sebastian got up and walked through the front door, locked it on his way out barefoot, and outrun the search party. That's something she's helped to create, that idea, and that's her optimistic end. And on the pessimistic end, she won't state what it is. So we've got something that's highly likely to be untrue to something that is not stated. But Katie doesn't give us any theory at all that we can hang our hat on.
Nothing but.
And Christopher has tried to barricade the door there. He's tried to hide behind the sheriff's badge or law enforcement. And he's being very generous in what he can tell us, which is nothing at all, apart from this very curious metaphor for the table. Yesterday, I demonstrated how Christopher leaked his true feelings about this situation. He said, I can only imagine what the other family are going through. And that kind of it surprised me. It made me think, well, his leakage really is quite obvious. And when he says everything is on the table and there's a digging machine on the table, and I don't think, I have to say this actually, I don't think that Sebastian, I could be completely wrong, but it's Chris's domain. Cranes is that's what Chris does. And I've got a feeling he may have bought that toy for Sebastian because that's something that he liked himself. I'm not convinced that that was something Sebastian really would have enjoyed. But anyway, there is a crane, a digging machine on the table, and an image of the missing person. Could it really be so obvious? Could this leak be so obvious that it's staring us in the face and we don't see the wood for the tree? I don't know. I don't want to go out on a limb, so I'll leave it at that. You tell me what.
Right. So what y'all thinking? Yeah, I love this guy. He be on point. because he had showed there when Olivia had mentioned about Riley Strain and all that he missed, and then we trying to find clues or whatever. This was before he was found. He gonna holler, I can only imagine what that family is going through. What you mean you can only imagine what they going through? Aren't you going through it right now at the moment doing that interview? Like, what you mean you can only imagine? You could have been like, I definitely know what they're going through. We're experiencing it, that now. Like, what do you mean you can only imagine, Christopher? Yeah, but and then where is it? I think that one is kind of short when he says, I can only imagine. Only imagine. What? Okay. What is wish note? That wasn't that one. She had a freaking clue, girl. You know what he is. No, that was everything on the table. Imagine. Yeah, it's the one about the dough. I said about the dough. I can't talk. About the door. This is the one about the door. It's just like the door was locked. So, and I'm gonna show y'all the different ways to look at the door was locked. Like, was the door locked by you, Katie? Or was the door locked by Sebastian? Lock the door. Does the door lock automatically?
In the hands
with a
interview.
lock code on it, or when
In the hands interview, Katie and Chris were asked in a rather complicated way. He locked. You think he did as he left? And if that's not complicated enough, that was just half of a compound question that was asked. So there was lots of wiggle room when it came to giving an answer. Nevertheless, Kate offered this. The door was locked. This is a deceptive answer, and in this video, I would like to explain why. The sentence on the left, the door was locked, belongs to a group of other descriptions of the door, such as the door was wooden, the door was dusty, the door was old. The sentence in red on the right, however, is completely different. It looks precisely the same, but its meaning is totally different. What is meant by this sentence is the door was locked by someone. The door was locked by him. Maybe the door was locked by her. Maybe the door was locked at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe the door locked on its own.
Okay, let's have a listen to the question and answer. And as I say, it's a compound, so there's another question attached to it. But let's listen to it, and then I'll explain what's going on here. Hopefully you'll be able to see the deception.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
Look at Chris tapping her hand.
We checked for all of his shoes, and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
I'm sure the behavior panel would have something to say
Why's Chris tap my
about that
hand?
index finger tapping Kay's hand. But I'm a linguist. That index.
Let's go back a little bit.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. I guess, what are some of the things you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes, and none of them are missing.
How?
The door was locked.
I'm sure the behavior panel would have something to say about that index finger tapping Katie's hand. But I'm a linguist, so let's get on with it.
I ain't retarded.
Okay, so here's a compound question in its fullness, and I'm just going to cross the first bit off. To your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? We checked for all his shoes, and none of them are missing. Now, yesterday I explained, in my opinion, why none of the shoes are missing. So we'll move on. I just want to talk about this part of the answer. Okay, so the question was, he locked the door on his way out, or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he as he left? One thing I'll say before I forget to say this, because I think it's important. This is why we map things out in this way. You see examples here of the door was locked, but you can see that they were written in a sentence. You wouldn't see the difference. And when somebody speaks, you can't hear the difference. But, or not always, sometimes you can, but not always. But when you map the clause out like this, you can see very clearly there are differences, okay? Now, what are the differences? The first one is the one I showed you in my photograph in red. The door was locked. Now, this is what we call a passive voice. It comes from an active voice. If you imagine, we'll reverse it and I'll give you the active. He locked the door. That's where it comes from. And what the speaker is doing there is they are moving the object to the subject position. They're making that the subject of the sentence. That's what the sentence is about. And they're moving the actor to the circumstance position. And circumstances are preposition phrases. So you have to put a by there, okay? And then you've got to change he into him. But what you've got now is the door was locked by him. I'll write that in there, actually. That's where it belongs, doesn't it? The door was locked by him, is what you get. Now, if you don't want to say who locked the door, you are now free to delete the actor, because the circumstance is not necessary in a clause. It can stand up without a circumstance. It could be a word like look. You see? It could be a word, just a single word, but that's a clause that stands up. So a clause must have a process, but it doesn't have an actor, okay? And it certainly doesn't need to have a circle. Who did it? You've just got the door was locked.
Right.
We can see in terms of grammar, was is an auxiliary verb and locked is the main verb in the first instance. The locked by him. But in the second one, the door was locked. The verb to be is now the main verb, and the word locked is now an adjective acting as object. At this point, I think it's necessary to explain that when we're being deceptive, we try to be honest to ourselves. We try to maintain integrity. And this is what this sentence allows Katie to do. Remember the question. He locked the door on his way out. I'll just summarize it. He locked the door on his way out, right? That was the question. And this answer, the door locked, allows to sound like she's saying, he locked the door.
Right.
In a passive way, i.e. the door was locked, which is, I think, not true. And at the same time, to herself, she is saying the door was locked. You see, she's maintaining her integrity. The second one, remember, is the stative sense. The door was locked, the door was old, the door was dusty, the door was wooden. She's not saying the door was locked. You see? She's maintaining her integrity whilst being deceptive about who locked the door. Okay, that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. I just say I'm absolutely bowled over by everybody's kindness and...
Okay. Are you on IGL? You can send it to me on IG. Okay, so we already did the Nancy Grace interview with the Proudfoots. So now I'm going to show y'all the one with Sebastian's dad, because even Nancy Grace is not stupid. She pointed out, like, do you think we're dumb? I mean, you want to email it to me? In my TikTok? I don't know if links show in TikTok. Is it a TikTok video? Can you tag me in it? Oh, yeah. Y'all know I'm banned from going live on TikTok April the 11th. That's why I haven't been live. They said I was harassing and bullying, but all I was doing was sharing the Ashton story where she just was found guilty of murder for hire. I wasn't harassing or bullying anyone. It's the truth. It's facts. She gets sentenced in July after she has her baby. He could get up to 10 years, $250,000 fine, 3 years supervised probation, and then some other $100 fee to process something. And her husband was found not guilty. So, I mean, I didn't lie. I wasn't harassing other people's videos, like the actual victims, the actual people that who lives she tried to have unalived. So how are they harassing and bullying when she tried to have their life taken? Well, it ain't even allegedly. She was found guilty. Like, what? I don't have to say allegedly. She was found guilty. Messenger ill. Share screen.
A polygraph. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories. Eyeglasses have been found. Are they Sebastian's? First of all, on the new search, joining me, Lauren Conlon, investigative reporter and host of The Outlier. Lauren, thank you for being with us. I understand the new search has just been launched. Who, what, where, when, why? Tell me.
Yes. So as you said, Nancy, it's in Hendersonville and it's the same areas and it's sheriffs in Sumner County and counties all over. And it's EMS workers and it's more volunteers. And I believe it is the Sumner County EMS is saying 6 to 10 miles and so on. So this happened this morning. This is breaking news. They are saying this has nothing to do with the press conference yesterday with the glasses found, but that is all we know.
Guys, when you hear Lauren Conlon, who's been on the case from the very beginning of missing autistic boy Sebastian Rogers, when you hear her say volunteers, there's a caveat to that. They are law enforcement, EMTs, people in the criminal law business, all banding together for a new search. This, as we learn, that glasses have been found, glasses found. That could be very significant. And joining me is someone who is acutely aware of all the facts surrounding that pair of glasses. Seth Rogers is with us. Seth is Sebastian's biological father. And you may have gone online and seen Seth. At first, you see nothing but densely forested woodland. And then you realize it's Seth Rogers out there on foot looking for his son. He hasn't quit. He took a brief respite over Easter break, and now he's back at it. Seth Rogers, thank you for being with us. You can find him at Sebastian Strong. Seth, tell me about the discovery of the glasses.
My volunteers found them in Gallatin at around 210 Hut Street on Monday.
Volunteers.
Yes. No offense, but you're speaking Greek to me. Okay. Where is that? Where is that in relation to Sebastian's home where he was living with his mother, Miss Proudfoot? What?
It's about 14 miles from his mom's residence. It's not in Hendersonville.
Now, Seth Rogers, you were telling me it's about 14 miles that Sebastian shared with his mother and his stepfather, the Proudfoots. Had he recently gotten new glasses, or am I seeing, Seth Rogers, his actual glasses?
They were close enough that I asked the Sumner County to bag and tag them. I mean, when I saw them through the pictures from my volunteers and they stated they couldn't get a hold of anybody, I flagged down a deputy sheriff and I told them to put on some gloves, put them in a bag, and bring them in. And that's what they did. They took pictures around the area to show where they were laying and how they were laying on the street, so they would have some type of regulation on where they were placed or left at, or however they needed. And they brought them into a volunteer where our volunteers gather every morning, and chain of evidence was completed, and they took them in.
Guys, joining us is Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, I want to circle back to what you said. These glasses were found about 14 miles from where Sebastian resided with his mother and stepfather. A volunteer found them. Were you on the search when the volunteer found them?
I was not with the group.
Not with that group. Where then? Were the glasses out in a forested area? Were they, I heard you mention a street, were they thrown by the side of the street?
They were on the side of the road.
Is it
in a
paved?
residential area? Mm-hmm.
So, okay, you just clarified something for me. It's in a residential area, like a cul-de-sac?
I don't believe it was a cul-de-sac, but I believe it's Hutch Court. So I believe it was leading into a cul-de-sac.
If you were in a car, how long would it take you to get from where Sebastian lived with his mom to where the glasses were found?
Depending on traffic, probably about 14, 15 minutes.
Guys, you're seeing an overview of Sebastian's neighborhood. Of course, we're talking about an area that has hills, some mountains. So it's not always as simple.
I know some of you may have seen this, but I hadn't showed it on my
It
channel
could take
to
14
my
minutes.
audience
It
yet.
could take an hour if you have to go over a hill to get there. But long story short, he's telling us about 15 minutes from home. Do you believe Sebastian has ever walked through this area?
I have no idea. I don't even know what's in the area.
I wonder if he had any friends there. But you believe these glasses are similar enough to
Well,
the
Kayla
glasses
said he don't
you're
have any
seeing
friends.
that you asked for them to be bagged. Were they cracked? Were they broken in any way?
No, ma'am. They had some scratch marks on the inside of the nose piece, and that was it. The lenses weren't scratched. There was no scuff marks on the outside of them.
Guys, you are hearing Seth Rogers. This is Sebastian's bio dad speaking about a discovery this weekend, a discovery regarding Sebastian's glasses. Now, the reality is, it is a simple matter to determine if these are really his. Seth is telling us they look enough like them that they could very well be his, and they've been taken into evidence. To make sure, what we do is take the lens out and compare it to his last diagnosis and his last lens prescription to find out, are these really Sebastian's glasses? And if so, why were they there? Also, we're going to be looking for prints. We're going to be looking for any DNA at all on these glasses. What, if anything, can they tell us? Back to Lauren Conlon, guys. Right now, as we are speaking, a new search is underway for Sebastian. Lauren Conlon joining us from the Outlier. Lauren, any idea what
It's not the point
caused
out of
and
here.
sparked?
Yeah, I already know
Volunteered
the
on
new
many
search.
occasions to take a polygraph. I was told directly by law enforcement, but because of my whereabouts, I did not need one. Listen to more. And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
Well, we did. We did that. We set up a polygrapher, a very well-respected polygrapher, a place and a time. Mr. Proudfoot tells us that he has been instructed by the TBI not to be on with us today and ask for help finding his son, his stepson, and not to take a polygraph.
Wow.
I've never heard of that. I always loved it when witnesses targets, or defendants,
After he said he was
anybody would take a polygraph. If I want my own polygraph, I will get one as an assistant district attorney. So I find that very curious that he would be dissuaded from asking for the help from the public, as we see a volunteer search launching right now with law enforcement, and not to take a polygraph. Now, very curious. Dave Mack didn't, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian Rogers' stepfather, didn't he tell us he would take the polygraph anywhere, anytime? Isn't that true?
Yep. He said it. Anywhere, if you name the place, I'll be there.
He also told us, should I believe him or my lion ears, that he has never taken a polygraph before? Didn't he tell us that?
That's what he said. He told you that.
Okay. Dave Mack, crimeonline.com investigative reporter, did he not tell another outlet he had already taken a polygraph and passed it?
Yep, he sure did. He exact words.
Explain,
he said somebody
please.
asked.
The last.
Did interviews. He did a number of interviews, Nancy, when and in this one particular, asked about, have you taken a polygraph? He said, somebody asked the question. This is a direct quote. Was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when, but what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed. So I'm confused as in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one. Exact words. That's what he said.
Okay, but Seth Rogers, this is Sebastian's
Wow.
dad, his
Yeah.
bio dad. Sebastian, Seth, I don't understand that, because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he's told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know, but I'll tell you what. I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts, but I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something on my own free will. I haven't been told by TBI that I can't take one.
I want to find out about
Okay. So, Chris, why are you telling lies?
Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago. And
Listen,
to
y'all.
Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr.
Several
Proudfoot.
years ago.
Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
Okay. One swat on the rear end with a belt. Okay. Listen to more. Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Adding on extra stuff she ain't asked.
Any idea how many? 3?
How
10,
many?
1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
But didn't it? I've got a lot of things I need to dissect very quickly. Dave Mack, you and I have been scouring the internet and speaking to various witnesses.
Come on.
Mr. Proudfoot tells me to my face that he hit Sebastian with a belt. This is an autistic boy. An autistic boy. Do they, at his level of severity of autism, and I've got an expert, Courtney Lasky, is going to explain this to me. I did not teach this in law school. how would that affect a child with autism? But that said, I want to focus on what I'm hearing,
You
Dave
must
Mack.
do, Mama.
Help me, Dave. I'm hearing that it happened years ago. In both of those quotes where you heard Chris Proudfoot speaking, he said several years ago. Then he says, when I press him on that, he says at least 3 years ago. However, he stated a different scenario to a different person. Explain, Dave Mack.
He did a YouTube interview, and in that interview, he described the actual belt whack. And, in your interview, he said that the belt whack did not lead to a CPS call. However, in this other interview,
no, stop.
It's me, Laura.
I asked you about the age of Sebastian when Sebastian was hit with the belt. One thing at a time, brother.
I got it.
The age of Sebastian. He said it was 3 years ago.
he said in another interview that the 15-year-old boy
3 years
was
ago.
upset. He was in trouble. He said he's 15 and in trouble. He was describing why Sebastian was mad about the punishment, the whack. And he said, 15-year-old boy, punishment. Now, that's not 3 years ago. That's within the last 12 months.
That is within the same year that Sebastian goes missing. That is a significant point.
And in your interview, Katie agreed with him. She was saying, at least 3 years.
Yes, she did. You're right.
December the 7th.
What's that?
His birthday, December 7th. He just turned 15.
Okay.
He went missing February 25th. He wasn't even
he had not
15 for 2 months.
That long, according to this, when he got whacked with a belt. So, does it matter when he got whacked with a belt? To me, it matters if you're telling 2 different stories. That's what matters. I've never been hit or hit anyone with a belt.
Right.
And I remember the last time either one of my children were spanked. It was Lucy because she clobbered John David in the head with a piece of wood. She turned around and looked at me and went, is that it, basically? Because I was spanking her through a huge diaper. Okay, it didn't work, so that was the last smack.
Yeah,
long story short, there's a whole scenario that I need to talk with Ms. Lasky about hitting a child that is autistic with the belt, or any child with the belt, for Pete's sake. But that said, what's concerning me now is 2 different stories. And as Dave Mack first said, we've got a CPS issue, because if you will recall, Dave Mack, and that last sound I played of Mr. Proudfoot speaking to me, I said, how did that turn into a CPS, Child Protective Services complaint? And he says, that did not turn into a CPS complaint. But wait a minute. He's told a different story to a different person. Tell me, Dave Mack, and make sure you're right.
Describing the belt whack. The specific belt whack hit him one time with the belt, and Chris Proudfoot said that Sebastian went to school, told a teacher what had happened, and he actually says the school, they're an automatic reporter, and they reported it to CPS. He went further to say that night, when they were sitting down to dinner, a CPS worker came to their house that evening, to their house. And by the way, he added they knew the CPS worker because she had been to the house before. He went on to explain heroically how he didn't get in trouble, but that this caseworker allegedly took Sebastian outside and told him, you can't tell lies about people, you'll get in trouble yourself. So the story from Chris Proudfoot in this other version is that he spanked Sebastian. Sebastian went to school and told a teacher. Teacher reported it to CPS. CPS came out to their house that night while they're eating dinner and didn't even want to hear Chris Proudfoot's side of the story. He said, I already know what happened, and took Sebastian outside and talked to him. The boy needed help, and there was nobody helping, apparently.
Okay, Liz, if you don't mind,
That's
could
what
you
Chris
play
said.
23 for me one more time? Listen to Sebastian's stepfather.
CPS
Mr.
has been
Proudfoot.
failing a lot of children,
Was that the
Don.
first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Chris failing
Just
a
once.
lot of people in
The one
Tennessee.
and only time, actually.
When was this?
Lying.
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
As we go to air right now, we are learning a
Really,
new
Chris?
search is being conducted by LA law enforcement volunteers, apparently recanvassing an area that has already been searched. Why? Why the focus on that one area? Joining me in the last moments, Brian Trasher joining us, VP of the United Cajun Navy. Brian, you and I have been talking a lot. A lot is happening. One, you called off the search one day just before the search started. And two, there's a lot of hate going on against the Cajun Navy. I don't get it. You're out there on your own time, volunteering, trying to help find Sebastian or a clue of Sebastian. Somebody is full of a lot of hate for volunteers, which proves no good deed goes unpunished. And I'm hearing, by the way, the same thing, something similar from Seth Rogers, who is Sebastian's bio dad. The searches are being torpedoed. I don't understand it. Number one, Brian Trasher, why has the Cajun Navy pulled out of a search?
Well, just to be clear, we gave up or called off leading the public searches. So we're no longer putting out a public call for volunteers and leading searches with volunteers. We did have some volunteers that were threatened, despite what the local PD said in their press conference. We did have some credible threats. We have recordings of telephone threats. We have surveillance video of in-person threats. I know that it was said that there was no police report filed. There was a police report filed about a threat with Metro Nashville PD. It's not clear as to whether those departments share information with each other, but we did provide a copy of that report with your producers just to show that we are telling the truth. Why the hate? I think that there are some people out there who make money off of tragedies, and when volunteer groups come in and try to take over and help, I think it takes away from their potential revenue. And when you mess with people's money, they get mad. I think that's just part of it. I had a conversation with Seth Rogers on Easter Sunday. He has his own theories about why himself and other volunteer groups are being impeded in the search for Sebastian, about why they're receiving so much online hate. I'll let Seth speak for himself and his own experience.
Yes, we'll do that. I want to talk to you about you and the Cajun Navy. I heard some of the threats myself, recorded threats. But could you succinctly, in a nutshell, explain what type of threats have been leveled against members of the Cajun Navy who are out trying to find Sebastian?
Basically, just a lot of, we're going to run you out of town. We're going to dox you. We're going to, tell everybody where your family lives, things like that. But, Nancy, what we found is that we've run background checks and all the people that have made these threats, they thought they could remain anonymous, and they're all career criminals. They all have rap sheets a mile long. So criminal activity is nothing new to them. So it doesn't surprise us that they would have the gumption to go ahead and make threats like this. But I think what they were mistaken is when they thought there was going to be no retaliation. And when we basically started exposing these people and putting information out there, they really freaked out. So, my message to those people making threats, if you'll stop lying about the United Cajun Navy, we'll stop telling the truth about you.
Okay, you know what? I don't really care.
Did he just take my line?
Who's lying on who?
I see.
Those are just words.
So is he trying to put me in there?
I care about finding Sebastian, and I
Correct.
care about someone trying to torpedo the search, be it with law enforcement, with the Cajun Navy, with Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian. Seth Rogers, you've told me that someone is also trying to sabotage your search for your own son. What's happening?
Somebody doesn't want me to find my son. They have been there's things that have been coming in off the internet that I need to stop searching for him. I've had people following me around since I would say day 9, day 10. People have been following me around. Once I started getting volunteers to help me, they started following around my volunteers, trying to be an intimidative factor. And now I found out that not
I
only
can
that,
agree. I've been
they're going back
followed
to where
and I
we've
was
already
being
flyers,
watched.
and they're taking the flyers down.
Okay, I don't know what to make of this. Brian Trasher is the vice president of the United Cajun Navy. Okay, and there have been many incarnations of the Cajun Navy, but this is what I know. This group is out searching for Sebastian. They called off part of the search because they perceived threats. Now, the bio dad, Seth, is telling me that flyers have been torn down for Sebastian. I don't understand that. What's happening, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, as you heard us say in the past, you now heard Sebastian's father, Seth, say that there are, without question, people in the local community, whether the locals or not remains to be seen, but there are people there in Sumner County that do not want this boy found, and they want people who are searching for him to stop, and they've resorted to threats to try to make them stop. Fortunately, it hasn't worked because we still have people out there looking, and I know Seth is not going to stop looking for his son.
Guys, take a listen to what Dave Mack from Crime Online has to say.
It ended
The
up not
United
being his
Cajun Navy
glasses, Miss
surprised many
J.
people that
That's
showed
what
up
they
for a
said.
recent
I
search
don't
in
know.
Hendersonville for Sebastian Rogers. Just before people were preparing to gather, the United Cajun Navy came out with a post on Facebook and said they were calling off their search for Sebastian Rogers over security reasons. Pressed for more details, the United Cajun Navy said they are concerned over the security for their staff and volunteers, as some are getting death threats online and in person. They said they were going to regroup in a few days and decide how best to move forward.
Again, no good deed going unpunished. Why would people tear down flyers that have been placed up by Sebastian's father looking for him and the toll-free numbers and descriptions of the boy? Why is this happening? And why is the Cajun Navy being threatened? I want to figure out, Brian Trasher, how you picked that particular area to search.
It was a combination of some information when we first got there that Seth provided, some areas that he had showed us that had already been searched, and areas that he felt would be good to search. Other areas were just kind of triangulating from the last known location of the young man at his home, and trying to figure out some places he would have been easy for him to walk to, places that he frequented before. We knew that there were some places that he liked to visit, but from what his mother said, he didn't have a history of wandering off without telling anybody. So we wanted to make sure that we were searching every nook and cranny that we could to find this boy.
What can you tell me about that retention pond? There were reports a dog had hit on the retention pond. The pond was drained.
Okay.
Nothing was found. Do I have that correct?
I don't have any information with regards to that. I know there's been a lot of confusion about when dogs hit and where and things like that. We go with the information that we have at the time. My understanding is that pond was drained and nothing was found there. But Seth might be able to tell you a little bit more about some of the areas that the dogs searched closer to the home and if there were confirmed hits or not.
Welcome back, everybody. Seth Rogers joining us. This is Sebastian Rogers' biological father. You can find him at Sebastian Strong. Seth, again, thank you for being with us so much. I mean, when you're searching for a missing child, I like the focus to be on what is being done to find the child? What can we do to help find the child? But instead, there's all this controversy surrounding the search for Sebastian. And I find that very odd that people are not pulling together to try to find Sebastian. But that said, can you please shed some light on the search that occurred around the Proudfoot home? Did dogs hit on areas around the home and leading to the retention pond?
I was first told by one of the dog handlers that their dog did hit on a scent that took him over into the construction area to a retention pond. I was later told by law enforcement that it was a false hit. I was also informed that they searched that pond where the dog went to and they did not find anything. And I was told that they were going to actually go back and drain that retention pond, and they had drained a separate retention pond with no luck in
So
finding
you
it.
think they may have already drained 2 ponds?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason I'm asking, Seth, is because your ex, Miss Proudfoot, stated that the dog hit and got Sebastian's scent around the home. Now I'm hearing it didn't. Was that hit at the retention pond, the false hit, or was it around their home?
I'm being told by law enforcement that the dog hit to the retention pond was a false hit. And that
Do
the
you
dog
know
never,
of any hit by the dogs around the Proudfoot home at all?
not on the outside.
Were there hits on the inside?
I believe so.
Okay, there should have been. Now, this is my conundrum, Seth. If there are no hits for Sebastian outside the Proudfoot home, that would suggest he did not leave the home. Earlier, I was asking the Proudfoots about their vehicles, what's their make, model, and year, to determine if there was a navigation system in those vehicles that could tell me if the vehicles left the home that night. That's what I was getting at. Don't know the answer to that yet, but I believe that there were. You're telling me you were not told of any canine hit around the home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's critical. Joining me, Dr. Sherry Schwartz, forensic psychologist who specializes in forensic psychology, capital mitigation, and victim advocacy at panthermitigation.com. Dr. Sherry, this search for Sebastian, if he is alive, he could still be saved. But it is degrading into a lot of infighting amongst searchers. I don't understand that.
I don't understand it either, and I certainly am no expert in these kinds of searches, but it doesn't seem to me that I've ever heard of anything so vitriolic in the behavior of people searching to find a missing teenager. One of the things that seems to be happening is there seems to be maybe a little bit of territory, protecting their territory type thing, wanting maybe to be the
Wait a minute, let me see
organization.
her. Dr. Sherry,
Yes.
they're out in the middle of the woods. Whose territory is that? Nobody.
No, I agree with you 100%, Nancy. The thing is, we know now that trolling is a thing. People troll. I don't understand why this situation would attract trolls and for people to make threats when everybody just wants to find this little boy, preferably alive. It seems to me that people should be jumping in to help. So I don't have an explanation for that other than that when they can remain anonymous, relatively anonymous, the trolling seems to increase. But as Brian pointed out earlier, when these people are exposed, all of a sudden they back off because they don't want to be known as trolls.
Another question to you, Seth Rogers. This is Sebastian's biological father who has been out on foot searching for his son. Seth, did you say you have or have not, would not take a polygraph?
I would.
Wonderful. If I set one up for you, Will you take the polygraph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I
Right.
will
We know Seth
hold this
will.
against you if you then don't take the polygraph. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I want to know where everybody really was that night. For instance, if Mr. Proudfoot was where he says he is, or says he was, at work near Memphis, I believe he would have been in his RV. Is that your understanding, Seth?
That would be my understanding.
Joining me right now, a special guest, Courtney Lasky, board certified behavior analyst, autism expert, chief clinical officer with Little Starts Therapy Service. Courtney, thank you for being with us. I understand, and of course, Seth, correct me if I'm wrong, that Sebastian suffered 6q27 chromosomal deletion disorder. What is that, and how would that affect him being lost right now?
Yeah, so anytime we have a chromosomal deletion syndrome, we can think of it as an umbrella term. Our chromosomes act as codes in our behavior, the way we develop. With his specific deletion of the 6q27 chromosome, the symptoms related to that, even though it is rare, it does associate with intellectual disabilities. So we would see the symptomology of autism spectrum disorders. But sadly, it also is associated with a higher risk of seizures and possible heart defects. It's very, very worrisome that Sebastian might have those symptoms and be gone for so long without medical care.
All right,
How
how is
would
that
that
the truck
affect
at the
him now
same
if
time?
he is out there and if he's still alive and lost?
Yes, he may be struggling with understanding what is happening, what he should do in different circumstances. I am so glad to hear Mr. Rogers saying that he swims like a fish, because we do know that 91% of autistic children, that is the highest risk of death for them, is drowning. It's scary. So we need that processing. He has probably a delayed sense of danger and understanding what is dangerous in certain circumstances.
Guys, I want you to stop for just one moment. You're hearing Courtney Lasky, who's an autism expert. What if he's still alive? What if he's being held against his will? What if he's being sex assaulted day after day after day?
Yes, I have a strong hope that he is alive. I have a strong hope that he is doing everything he can to process the situation around him. We know that any experience outside of his normal routine is going to be traumatic.
I want to go back to Seth Rogers. Seth, I have so many questions for you, but we're running out of our time together for today. But I want to ask you this. I was listening to a statement of one of Mr. Proudfoot's wives. I believe there have been 5. I'm not judging. I don't care who marries who or doesn't marry who. But this particular one, named Nina, stated that they had 2 children. One she had from a prior relationship, the second she had with him, and that the daughter had braces.
Nina has 3
And
children.
he
She had 2
hit the
children before
daughter
him.
in the mouth and busted her mouth. Guys, remember, Mr. Proudfoot nor the mother have been named a suspect or a POI in this case. My question to you, Seth, did you know about any of that? I mean, she's on tape saying it. I watched her say it. Did you have any idea that there may have been other issues of violence with children?
No, ma'am, I didn't. And I know that Chris has been in Sebastian's life for a while now, before me and Katie were divorced. So
Right, a very long time.
Has Sebastian ever said to you or tried to communicate to you abuse in the home?
No. He's
Would
on
he?
multiple occasions sit there and has told me he doesn't want to go back. And I've asked him, why don't you want to go back? And he wouldn't tell me. He didn't say why. He was just like, I just don't want to go back. And it's, at that point in time, I'm just like, okay, well, maybe it's the freedom that he gets at my house. And he's a teenager. And now I'm finding out a lot of this stuff. And it's I wish you'd have told me.
Nancy, if I can jump in for just a second, there has just been a post from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They want to clarify that those eyeglasses that were found are not, again, are not related to Sebastian Rogers.
Guys, won't you help us find Sebastian? 1-800
I don't know if I believe
TBI
it, but okay.
find 1-800-824-3463. Let's pause now and remember an American hero, Jonathan Diller, just 31 years old.
Okay, y'all. So that was that. And then, okay, somebody just sent me this TikTok video that I want to show y'all. It's of the lights at their home. I actually found it on here. So I can share it from here. Okay, so this is, I guess, this is the video from their house, I guess, with him. No, that's Riley Strain, my bad. Here it is. I don't know how good it's going to show. I ain't listening to no music. Let's see, we can make that big. Move this. Okay, y'all, they want us to pay attention in the corner. Okay, so this is the reflection on the door. I guess this is supposed to be of the dump truck. I don't know. But if you look, it's supposed to be a van. Wish I could make it bigger. Let me see. Maybe I can. But do it like this. Okay. As big as I could make it though. Okay, so y'all see that light though? I mean, what is it down there? There's no way the dump truck can be up there and down there. And then look at these subjects. Like it, y'all, I'm not buying it. Chris was not at work. Oh yeah, let me show y'all the video where they said Chris was not at work. They're saying Chris was not at work. Chris work. I think I had it already up. I don't know. It seemed like when I use both computers, the signal messes up. Let's see. It's this one. I don't know how much you're gonna play. I don't want to play, you know, all people content. But there we go. Yep. Stop sharing. My bad, y'all. I thought I was sharing the screen over here and I wasn't.
Going
Okay,
to
y'all. Here we go.
very shortly in Central Arkansas. I'm very excited. I planned this for years, and Eclipse is coming through a little bit after noon today. Covering the Sebastian Rogers case, continuing to do so, continuing to bring awareness to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Went missing February 26th. A lot of you already know some of the, details that they're putting out. Being up here for the last, I was up here for the last 4 or 5 days, getting more insight and getting a more understanding about the picture and, you know, the family dynamics all across the board when it comes to this case and trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian, right? Is it, you know, is there foul play? Did Sebastian run off? Who's involved? Is it an actor, an actors, bad actor, bad actors? I mean, you know, actresses, bad actresses.
Right.
You know, it's I'm complex about this whole situation. And you know, we don't have answers. We don't have answers. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Let's talk about Chris Proudfoot. Let's talk about the continuous that tip I was telling you about yesterday. Wanted to get off the podcast yesterday to go back into Speedway to try to get some insight of what transpired or what was going on, to kind of refresh a lot of you out there. A couple weeks ago, we received the tip through our email box at JLR Investigates from a woman who claims that she saw a person that resembled Sebastian in the front seat of a dark color truck at the Speedway exit 87, Jackson, Tennessee. I think maybe in my video I was saying at some points Jackson, Mississippi. I pretty much said Jackson, Tennessee, but I think maybe during the course of that video I incorrectly said Jackson, Mississippi, because, you know, when I think Jackson, I think of Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, Tennessee, which is off of I-40.
It was Jackson, Tennessee.
As soon as we got that tip last week, or, you know, last time I was here, it's about 2 weeks ago, immediately forwarded it over to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They responded, said received and thank you with that person. That person also claims that they sent that information out to law enforcement. We also called Seth. We called Seth Rogers at the time 2 weeks ago and actually talked to him on the phone and passed that information along to him too. So a day later, we went up to that area to go check out, to see, you know, to follow up, see if at least law enforcement went out there to, you know, check the surveillance there, or at least talk to the employees. Went in there and talked to 2 employees there, and they said nothing. Nobody came there, nothing. Now, it was pouring rain at the time. And, you know, this one seemed like the most credible about any scenario situation. Reason being the time. The time is truck. You know, 5:48 a.m. You know, we were hearing about that a little bit after 3 a.m. lights that we still don't know what is what with those lights. We still don't know if that's part of this case or not. But the timing, you know, made sense because it's like a little bit over 2 hours from the Proudfoot's home to that location, and it puts it around that time. What I'm stumped about though, okay, so basically is, you know, we went there, you know, 2 weeks ago, nothing of nothing, you know, no one went there, no law enforcement went there, whatever. They wouldn't provide us the surveillance there. We asked, they're saying, you know, we only give surveillance to law enforcement. Well, went back there yesterday to follow up because they wanted to see if law enforcement at least followed up on that tip. And they said again, no, nothing and nothing. Nobody came here, no law enforcement. While I was doing my broadcast, the manager and another employee actually came and said, can I talk to you for a minute? That's why I put the phone down. And they're like, hey, we don't want you doing broadcasts on the property. We got the situation under control. That's all she said. And I said, what do you mean? She said, you know, if you want to have any questions, contact corporate. But you can't do broadcast on the property, whatever. So that's why I proceeded to walk down the road. So is it something to something, or is it nothing of nothing? But it does make a lot of sense. But you would think at least law enforcement would look into this tip, at least just go check to see if Sebastian was seen in this truck at a pump. Now, the lady could be lying, could be misidentification. You know, it's like one of those, where's Waldo type of sightings. Everybody's claiming they see Sebastian everywhere, whatever like that. But it does make a lot of sense considering people think that Sebastian was put in a vehicle. So whether they, you know, go back or not, or whether they did, maybe they did go and they're just telling employees, if anyone comes, don't say anything, you know, that, you know, don't talk. They could do that also. So we'll see what happens out of that. It's off of 412, or it's right by 412, with 412 goes parallel to I-40 and stuff. It's like that Christopher Proudfoot route. But what I'm stumped about a little bit, and this is why I get stumped on this in reference to it might not be it or could be it or nothing of nothing. She said 5:48. Now remember, Chris Proudfoot spoke to the media, and I'm going to share this clip. I'm going to share this clip with all of you about his job at St. Jude's Hospital, right in downtown Memphis. And he was talking about his job. And he was talking about in subsequent videos that once they established, him and Katie established that Sebastian Rogers went missing, they called authorities. They didn't call 911. Chris called the sheriff's office directly. Now, where was Chris at that time when he made that call? Because, I'm not, she's saying that there's some sighting at 5:48 a.m. Chris is claiming in one of the interviews that they made the call to law enforcement at 6:20 a.m. So that puts him a half hour from that location, but he claims he was at his job. He claims he was at his job when the call was made. Matter of fact, he was talking about when Katie called him, he had one work earpiece in one ear and one in the other.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
She's claiming she saw someone at that pump at 5:48 a.m. So I'm going to put in St. Jude's Hospital. Now, Chris claims he was at St. Jude's Hospital at the time. Was he there or was he not there? Was he there or was not there? But the thing about it is 87 miles away. So if Chris makes that call where he said in a subsequent interview that he called authorities on a three-way at 6:20 a.m., the timing doesn't jibe with that sighting there at 5:48 a.m. That's the one red flag that I got in reference to that. Though, how can authorities prove Chris was really at his job when he made that call? And was he at his job? Or is he just saying that?
Right.
Saying that. Because remember, Chris has said things to all of us online. Polygraph. He said he took a polygraph and passed, and then he told Nancy Grace flat out he didn't take a polygraph. So he is a known liar. He's a known liar. He's a known man that omits things. But you would think law enforcement would corroborate that he was, in fact, at his job. He was at his job. He's claiming he was at his job. He's claiming Katie called. He's claiming he had an earpiece. He was operating the crane at St. Jude's. I don't know. But what if he was at his job? What if Chris Proudfoot was at his job when that call came in or when Katie called? What do you think? Do you think somehow Chris,
he could have been there with
or he was
Sebastian.
actually at Memphis the entire time? Was he at Memphis the entire time? Now the question I have is this. This is what bothers me the most. Chris Proudfoot, son is missing. It seems like he wants nothing to do with Sebastian prior to Sebastian being missing. No photo exists of Chris Proudfoot with anything with Sebastian. It seems like he's done discipline on Sebastian. It seems like Katie loved Sebastian, and Katie has all these pictures with Sebastian, and Katie has a love for Sebastian, but it doesn't seem like Kit Christopher does. So hearing that, and also hearing from Nina, the ex-wife of Chris, showing about the relationship between Chris and Faith, their other child, makes me paints a picture, I think, that Chris is not good with kids. Now, we haven't heard Chris refute or rebut what Nina says. He's been radio silence, actually, and it's probably a good thing that he's not talking, because it's him talking. I would prefer him talking, but legally, I think he's doing, what he should do at this point and zip it. I think all of them should zip it, personally, but hopefully we can get them not to zip it because, it reveals more. But at this point, 6 weeks, 7 weeks into it, I don't think anything should be believed at this point moving forward with anyone of anybody in this case saying things, because you were 6 and 7 weeks. Everything should have been out at the beginning for everyone to know, but they don't know. But here's my thing is Chris has a thing with, bad things with children, right? She's making serious accusations against Chris and, verbally, and saying that not only with Faith and Chris with their child, but her other two children. And then also we're hearing about, Chris's treatment of Sebastian. Makes me wonder, how in the world could St. Jude's Hospital hire this guy, or him even working at a site? And it's a contractor, it's a contract, he works cranes. I don't know the name of I actually know the name of the company. I'm not going to say it. But how in the world could Chris even be around a children's hospital considering that a child is missing? Can someone explain that? Or some people say it doesn't matter. That's like saying, a convicted pedophile working at an ice cream shop or Toys R Us. I'm trying to think of an analogy, or you're charged with, you have accusations not proven by a court of law, but you have accusations against you doing bad things of children, and you work at Disney. You do a contract at Disney. Is that right, or is that not right? That's what makes me wonder. But St. Jude's, giving you guys a little bit of history about St. Jude's, what it is Chris is working at, and he works other job sites, and he goes all around. But St. Jude's has this gigantic project that they put in place, and they're putting up 2 buildings. And we actually went there. And did a live until the St. Jude's people were kicking me off the property or kicking me off the sidewalk. Remember that? They were acting very edgy, though. I get it in Memphis, because Memphis is off the chain. There's wild people in Memphis. But what Chris Proudfoot is doing is part of a St. Jude's Hospital plans new $1 billion expansion. So they're doing a $1 billion expansion at this hospital here. St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital has a construction plan in works that will be historic for the city of Memphis. The hospital filed 2 new construction permits, and this was in 2023. The project is the largest and most expensive in Memphis history, amounting to an estimated $1 billion. The 2 filings will permit the construction of 2 new towers on the hospital campus. One building will house the new outpatient offices. The other will be home to new clinical offices. Each building will be 15 stories, making them 2 of the tallest buildings on the hospital campus. So he's part of this big project. I don't know how much he's getting paid for this, but supposedly he took off work, or the work doesn't want him. But the question is, would they accept him back, considering that his stepchild, is missing, and considering that he has civil issues with his custody case in New Mexico? The question I have is, also is, what in the world is Katie Proudfoot doing there with Chris Proudfoot at this campsite, at the Yogi Bear campsite, when volunteers to this day, today, yesterday, day before, have been blood, sweat, and tears around the Hendersonville home where Sebastian was, reported missing by the mom. They're out there looking around rocks. I've seen people, divers in water, people going through mud, people in the Cumberland River, searchers, law enforcement searches the week prior, law enforcement searches around the Proudfoot home. And Chris and Katie Proudfoot are seen 240 miles away from everyone at a campsite called Yogi Bear. How does that make sense? Can someone make that make sense? Because I don't get it. I don't get how Kate. Now, I kind of get Chris, because he has a job. He has a livelihood. Some people are saying, well, Katie is there because Chris is there for his job. We don't know if he's returning back to St. Jude's, but he's in plain sight at this campground. He's in plain sight. But Katie herself, I just don't get how she could sit back hundreds of miles away out of state and watch from afar while people are frantically and passionately want to find Sebastian. How does that make sense? Make sense? Because people might say, well, the mother was getting harassed and threatened and stuff like that, so she had to get out.
But don't you think that might have been her own doing by showing her actions and people seeing through the nonsense or coming to their own conclusions based off the behaviors of how they are and what they've done thus far in this case, which is nothing, a goose egg. Definitely the neighbors that I spoke to, definitely authority. Theme song, the Proudfoot family, like it's bizarre. Nothing. I don't know if they lured up. I heard they did. At this point, I would have shut up a long time ago, but I want them to talk, but I don't know if they would. I tweeted this out on JLR Investigates, and this is the assessment I'm getting. And someone else even followed up today on it. Chris and Katie Proudfoot are camping at Yogi Bear Campground in Horn Lake, Mississippi, while their son, Sebastian Rogers, remains missing. Sources report that people are driving by there at all hours of the day and night, taking photos and videos, shouting, "Where's Sebastian?" honking their horns and getting kicked out by management. Yeah, that's really going on. There's people passionate. I don't think it's like, hey, it's harass the family of the Proudfoots. They just want answers, and people want to know, where's Sebastian? Where's Sebastian? Or people maybe want to, maybe some people are harassing him. I don't know. I'm telling you, it does not. Someone that does something to a child is the most egregious thing you can possibly do to anyone. You know, there's criminals out there and there's people that do all types of crime, right? But doing something to the child is literally the worst of the worst. Case in point, Stefan Stearns in his situation. It's the worst of the worst. So people come out and have these very raw emotions. Raw emotions. Now, she at the very beginning could have thwarted all this, maybe lynch mob mentality or pointing fingers at them if they would have done what reasonable people do when their child goes missing. Help, help, help. This is what happened. And list everything that transpired. Go on every national media and don't say, I can't talk because the integrity of the investigation and stuff like. What type of person talks like that when their child's missing? You want to get all that. You want to amplify the message. You want to share through the world about the child. They haven't done that. They clam up.
To
then
the
they
whole
leave out
wide
key
world.
details. Then they don't search. They don't go out there and even shake searchers' hands or thank them or bring them water if they can't physically search. And they can physically search. They've been in the military. They didn't go out there. They didn't help organize search. They didn't even go no vigils. None. Period. I think there was like 4 of them now.
You were in the military.
Guilt. Me, it's guilt. If you think otherwise, I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you're just a contrarian. Maybe you want to go against the grain. Maybe that's your MO. But, I think authorities they're building a case. I really do think they will get to the bottom of this. Hopefully this case doesn't go cold. Hopefully it's not building a case where it takes a year or 2 for accountability. We'll see what happens. I'm going to watch the eclipse today. I might do a live stream. You guys want to watch the eclipse on JLR Investigates? I got to go get some glasses. We got to preserve the eyes. We got to
I'm
see
gonna
what's
watch
going
the
on.
eclipse with my girls at their school.
I was taking a shower today and I was thinking, Proudfoots.
So I'm gonna get up off the
Proudfoot family. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I had this like Addams Family theme song, the Proudfoot family. Dun, 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 dun. Like it's bizarre. It's scary. It's scary. I would never want to be in the home of the Proudfoots. No way, Jose. No way. But in fairness, I'm going to tell you another story. True story. All my stories are true. All my stories are true. We were eating, me and Magnolia were eating in Hendersonville area at a restaurant. And we were eating. And we were discussing what we're going to, how we're going to keep covering this case and what we're going to do. And
okay. Let me see. Okay, so someone told me to take a look at that video again that we was looking at, and I'm gonna make it bigger and see if we see like a doorway. Like, y'all, we gotta examine this video. And I think they may be right. That's the only reason why I want to look at it again. Where was I searching? It's this person right here. Okay, we're gonna make the video bigger. I'm gonna watch it a few times. I don't really know how to make it bigger. Like, how can you make a TikTok video bigger? So this is just gonna make it bigger. It's not gonna make the video bigger. Yeah, see, I know how to zoom in. I don't know how we're gonna make that. Wait a minute, showing legs and stuff. Hold up. But I guess this is supposed to be the garage door, y'all. And then I'm trying to see what she said, the front door. The person said you can see, wait a minute, y'all. On this TikTok video. See, I don't know how to make it just real big. Like, this is as big as I know how to make it. Let me see. Like, see, I can't zoom. Oh, yes, I can. Okay, y'all. So, see, I zoomed, but did it make it any bigger? Did I make it bigger, y'all? It's like they said they saw someone in the doorway. Let's see. Seeing like reflections of people. Because ain't no way all garbage truck. Like, I'm not buying it. All this is definitely not the garbage truck. I don't know how to make it any bigger. I'll have to, I don't know, save the video and then, because you would think, see, that's as big as I can make it. And it's not even making the video bigger per se. It's making, but I'll see some right here. I'll see some up here. I definitely saw some of them up in here. See people moving. Like, I see a lot more than a dump truck that they want us to believe. And then they son is not even, they like, well, he's missing, we don't care, we're not going to search for him. It's sad. Here it is right here, y'all. Here to go.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers continues. Was reported missing on the morning of February.
Let's see. Maybe let me not make it 4K. Or slow it down.
(26, 2024) by his mother, Katie Proudfoot. He has still not been found. There are many people out there searching for Sebastian. In Horn Lake, Mississippi.
This is where the parents are right now for their son. Well, the mom and the stepfather. I'm sure Seth is out there. They all in Mississippi. Cause he there, y'all. He there. They need to thoroughly search there. That's what I think. There they go right there. Her Infinity. There go Chris truck, and there go the RV. Yeah. Right there. Just enjoying life. She don't even got the Sebastian missing flyer on her. Come on. Where's the fuck, Katie? Why isn't the flyer on your truck for your missing son? Why isn't the flyer on your RV? Why isn't the flyer on Chris's truck? No flyers on her truck, on the RV, on his truck, nowhere. Yeah.
So they're at a campground. And apparently, according to my sources, lots of people have been going around there, kind of like asking the Proudfoots, yelling out, "Where's Sebastian?" and wondering what the Proudfoots are doing over 100 miles away from where Sebastian was reported missing. Now, Chris Proudfoot supposedly works at St. Jude's Hospital. He quickly announced that. Don't know if he's working now, but Katie's with him. And people are like, wow, how is Katie's vehicle with Chris hundreds of miles away when Sebastian?
Because they know where he is. Okay, so y'all saw that. I'm not going to play any more of, his video. But yeah, because she know where he is. They know where he is. That's exactly why they not searching, y'all. And that is making me believe that he's not in Tennessee. What is this? Bluegrass Country Club. Wait a minute.
Can you contact his father?
Hold up.
Can you contact his father or FBI? So I know I commented this back to you, but I also wanted to do a video and let everybody know this. So on a small page, I'm very rarely go so far in depth on, a true crime, segmentized in the exact house address where she was unalived. I was able to lead them directly to her unaliver. Every other case that we tried in other states, I would suggest that you don't tell them a psychic told you. Just saying and go and, I'll leave it up to a laugh in my face, at least checking. And they did. And they found something. So, but that was the only case. I just took a look at the map of where this place is. It's not far from the recreation.
Somebody has sent me something big.
And I know CJ and her pals. Okay, y'all hear
This is the part of my video that the person told me that this is the reason that I'm being followed, because I saw this. Wait a minute. I'm gonna make it here. Okay, this video. Let's see if I made it bigger. Yep, that's as big as I can make it. They said
My son.
oh, why is this on here?
And I know CJ and them have dirt piles. Okay, y'all, here's another. Here's another. Is this, do they do this out here? Hold up, y'all. Hold up.
It's this video right here. So this
Put these dirt piles
somebody was telling
out
me
here.
that I don't want to view analytics. Why is that so big? No. I thought I made it back normal. Okay.
And I know CJ and them have dirt piles. Okay, y'all, here's another. Here's another. Is this, do they do this out here? Hold up, y'all. Hold up.
So right here, what this door, this whatever this is right here,
Put these
they were saying this is really like a shed
dirt piles
that's in the ground,
out here.
and but I don't know. I tried to lift it up. It was very heavy. I couldn't.
What's that?
But yeah, this right here. They said this is some underground, and that's why I didn't follow.
Yeah, I know. Could be ants.
There was not ants right there,
I don't see any ants.
but the underwater, the brothers underwater recovery said they checked the mound, but I don't think they checked right here. I didn't see no video of them checking right here. I saw them over there by the lake. I saw that. I saw them over there by the lake. I didn't see them. Wait a minute. I didn't see them check that particular area. And then, wait a minute. Where is it? The dirt mounds. It's this one. Okay, so if I get it. So if I hit view analytics, I can click on the video right here, and then it makes it bigger. Y'all see, you got 72,000 views. Now, this is the one where they saw somebody watching me in the video, y'all. Again.
Now I cannot find the smell anymore. Yeah, I know CJ. I know CJ. I don't have his number. I was supposed to be going out with them today. Let me try to call Brandon again. Yeah, I just seen him running. And I don't know if that was a sign from God or what, because now I don't even see it. And this is giving me chills. But this is
Yes, I don't know, y'all, but that's what they said. I want to put their pictures without exposing who they are. That's what I don't want to do. If I can go to my messages. And y'all can tell me if y'all see anything on the picture. Not comments, mentions. Or really just inboxes is what I really need. And I did call the TBI for those that was wondering if I did not, because I did. And
My name is Sharon. I was out helping search Monday with the Sebastian Rogers,
work off.
and I had searched this area before, and something just on my mind and wanted me to go back to check it, so I did. And as I was walking, like beside beach school, between I was out helping search Monday with the Sebastian Rogers, and I had searched this area before, and something just was on my mind and wanted me to go back to check it, so I did. And as I was walking like beside beach school, between the cemetery and the school, so like along the fence, that's the cemetery fence, I'm assuming, but it's between the school. I had noticed like this large, like fresh pound of dirt, like mound, and like I said, it wasn't on the cemetery side, it was on the side, so you would have to come across the fence from the cemetery in order to get to it. And I just found it real weird to be right there. I did let Seth know, and Brandon, who was his organizer. I also sent him a picture and a video, because I took a video and picture and the location, but I don't know if anyone went out and checked, and it's just been on my, like, I just have to call the tip line, and so I could feel better that I did report it there as well.
Play with my son. There's a 5-year difference. That's a pretty. Play with my son. Play with my son. There's a 5-year difference. That's a pretty big difference. You're 13, and my son, you're a teenager. My son is not a teenager. He's still playing with Hot Wheels and Legos, and he's building things in video. Age appropriate group
Right.
that you play with, and they were letting this kid play with my son, and they weren't checking on him. And then this kid took my son's, and he molested him.
That was the end of day, but he actually talked about it on another YouTuber's channel. But just like this, y'all, this part, like Seth is like fed up. He fed up too, just how we fed up, he fed up.
Because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One can do him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he's told other outlets he's taken one of
I really don't know, but I'll tell you what, I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't, because they have my location to where about, but I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something on my own free will.
That's a real deal.
I haven't been told.
because he told
I recently heard about the Honorable Mark J. Fish. I'll find him. He's still a judge.
Disease, from what I've heard before, none of it makes sense. You know. I'm not here to sling mud, but why is she asking Chris to verify what she did on Sunday when Chris wasn't here on Sunday?
Exactly. Was there.
That is such, or the fact that she said that she heard a thump on another interview and didn't bother to check on our son. There's a difference between some noise or a thump. I mean, this,
on my children, autistic or not.
Yeah, guys, I just want y'all to hear that.
information
Lock them up.
that I received from watching any of their podcasts. Disease, from what I've heard before, none of it makes sense. Things aren't, you know. I'm not here to sling mud, but why is she asking Chris to verify what she did on Sunday when Chris wasn't here on Sunday?
Exactly. Because he was there.
That is such, or the fact that she heard a thump on another interview and didn't bother to check on our son. You know, there's a difference between some noise or a thump.
And a thump.
I
You
mean,
wanna check
this,
on my children, autistic or not.
the information
Lock them up.
that I received from watching any of their podcasts, from what I've heard before, none of it makes sense.
After I share this, I'm gonna get up out of here so I can make it to the solar eclipse with my kiddos. But this is the visual that they had for Sebastian. I was able to make it. I really wish I could have.
Tonight, the Hendersonville community came together once again to pray for the safe return of Sebastian Rogers. Welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Kimberly Hargett. News 2's Nikki McGee has more on those to keep up hope. Praying for Sebastian.
Pray and declare that Sebastian will come home safe and unharmed.
The search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continued. Community members came together for a prayer vigil Saturday, offering messages of unwavering hope.
You guys are Sebastian's army. We will find him. We will find him alive. We will find him well.
To help search for his son. Sebastian's grandparents also speaking out, coming all the way from Texas for a time to help locate their grandparents. 'Cause 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 their grandparents. '
talk about plants with me. He loved to talk about animals with me. He loved to go fishing. And he would say, you know, Mimo, that's a favorite sport, right?
Sebastian's family also had a strong message for anyone looking to benefit from their search efforts.
We're going to be out here doing what needs to be done to bring our grandson home. We appreciate it. But if you're out there just making money, stay.
But throughout the investigation, strangers have been nice. Since the beginning of the search, Karen Strom and her son Jaden took a special interest in the case and organized Saturday's prayer vigil.
By the fourth day, I really started to get involved. I went out searching on the fourth and fifth day. Ever since then, I've just been pretty vigilant with them however I can.
In addition to searching alongside Sebastian's father, the two also continue to provide flyers to the community to help raise awareness.
I have children of my own, and it's hard to not see their faces when you look at his. And I think it's hard for every mom and dad here.
Saturday, they ended Sebastian's prayer vigil with handwritten messages to Sebastian, as they plan to share with him upon his return.
We can't let this case get cold. It cannot get cold, and we will find him. And the vigil, more news presence and media coverage that we get, the more his face keeps out. Maybe somebody will see something and they'll say something, and we'll get some hope.
Now, tonight's event was held at the Rudder Restaurant in Hendersonville. Strom and her son will leave flyers there for anyone who would like to help distribute them. And if you have any information on this case or Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI right away. Kinley.
Okay, y'all. I don't know how true this is because someone sent it to me, you know, so I don't want to speculate, but someone inboxed, well, they didn't inbox me, but they wrote on one of my videos, and I'm going to share the comment with you guys. And if anyone has seen this, I would like to see, because like I said, in one of the videos that Self did, he had saw somebody that had done something to him or something years ago, and they came in and ordered pizza, and I think he said he dropped the dough and he used it anyway. But I thought he said he spit on the food, but I guess I misheard that. I'm gonna go back to the video and find. But someone sent me a message and they said, I really like the comment, y'all. So now I gotta find it. I don't understand how his mama installed security systems, but somehow they didn't have one. Now that's what I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm gonna drop them if anybody want to come up and got anything to say. Of course, I'll be putting my banner up because somebody tried to porn bomb me the other day. Like, I don't understand people. But today said that it's a video of Sebastian neck or a picture where Self hit him in the face with a belt at his head, but said nobody's talking about that. All they're talking about is Katie and Chris, and said that the reward fund fashion is only $3,500, whereas the GoFundMe that's going directly to Self is at $23,000. Like, why aren't they offering more reward money? Like in the Caleb Harris case, they're offering a $50,000 reward for anyone that has any information on where Caleb could be, the student that went to get his Uber Eats and was not found again. I have to go to the ones that I responded to. Okay, here it is. That's it. Somebody said there are quite also documents a photo from California that shows Self slapped Sebastian with a belt and hit his head. Statement from neighbors, a school teacher about Self. Funny how no one talks about that. He's out here sharing his GoFundMe cash app, exploiting his son. Shame on him. Sebastian reward fund $3,500. Self GoFundMe $23,000. If anyone thinks that's a good father, it says a lot about you. So this could be Katie Proudfoot or something in their family. you know, leaving a comment. I don't know. I asked the person, can you point me to the video? Because if you can't point me to the video evidence on that or some court documents on that, then I don't want you to speak on speculation. Because I heard to say about Sebastian, oh God, what Nina had to say about Mr. Chris Proudfoot, what he did to her children that was not his. So I can only imagine what he's done to Sebastian that is not his as well. Like, so in case anyone can, until I get that footage, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, my babe, we've been together for 11 years almost, and he's not the birth father of my first 3 children, but he's the birth father of the last 3. But of course, he treats them like his own. We've been together for 11 years, but he doesn't put his hands on them, like whooping and punishment. Like, he leave that to me. Like, I may let him use his voice in a situation, like, but no. Even with our children, he a little softy, especially with our baby boy Shallow. He get away with everything with everybody in the house. He is the boss of the house. Shallow is. Mom boss, this is awesome that you're covering this case. I'm new here. Great channel. Thank you. You don't know me. Hello, just got trying to catch up. Right now, I haven't seen any updates of as far as the Proudfoots are at the Yogi Bear, and they don't have no missing signs on Katie Infinity or on Chris Truck or all around the RV. I'm just saying, if y'all looking for somebody or want somebody to be looking for him, why don't y'all have nothing posted? And then as far as the door, because like my son at his house, they put in a code and you can go in. They also have a key, they can put in a code, but once you shut the door, it automatically locks. So do they have one of those types of doors, Katie? Like, can you explain to us what type of door that you have? Because you still didn't tell us who the door was locked by. Y'all have to catch the replay. We've been on here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Ethical linguistics that we went over with the words that Katie and Chris wanted to use during their interviews and the different lies that they told Nancy Grace and all the and Olivia, the Chronicles of Olivia, and all the other people that they interviewed with. And I was also letting people know that while I was out there searching, I was being watched by several people. And when I left the destination after speaking with the neighbor's sister for about 5 to 6 minutes, I was followed for about 4 miles by a white van, and I really had to like speed off in order to like get away from the van. And I know I was being followed. I'm not just paranoid. And I had several people inbox me, including some mediums and some just regular people, letting me know that there was definitely people in my. I was trying to show y'all the TikTok, the message where the person sent me my video that they saw watching me, but I don't know how to. I don't see how to check messages, like actual inbox messages from the computer. Of course, I know you can, but why don't I see profile, friends, following for you? But I don't see nowhere as far as this say inbox. And I don't want all activity. I don't even want comments. I want so many comments, y'all. Let's see. Somebody tag me in another video. Yeah, this was that was the area I was talking about. Well, let me stop getting sidetracked. See, it's not letting me go down far enough. So I'm just letting making you guys aware. I'm trying to, make sure I don't go out alone searching anymore. But I will have, something with me, of course. Like somebody said, like they move the bodies until they get them ready. I was told about a shed put like on the ground like a door. And that's what they was telling me as far as to check that wood. But I couldn't. Let's see if these was my video. Let's see messages. I don't want you to see their name. Let's see. And then somebody did mention about Turtle Rock. And it's crazy that this new video that I just found on TikTok where this lady said there's a park. And somebody tagged me in the video, of course. There's a park in Hendersonville called, hold up. Yeah, I get so many messages. Right here. It's right here. It's called Bluegrass Country Club.
Not far from the recreation, the Rockland Recreation, which I've heard that they searched, but I'm not positive on that. I like it. I like it a lot. I really think someone needs to check out that area. That's sort of in the center, which would have been from like my reading when I said they're walking around, like they're searching around, but they haven't yet hit the center. That could possibly be the center point because across the way there, right across the road there, is the Old Hickory Lake, which I've also heard the word hickory. Body of water. It runs into the river. I really like it. I really, really, really like it. Good in Tennessee.
Hey, young Rams, is that you?
Helping with the searches, please check.
Hold up. I gotta make sure it's you, because people crazy these days. Let me put an overlay up. Oh, my bad.
Yep, that's me.
Young Ray, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
All
Hello,
right, now let me. Okay,
okay.
boo. All right,
Okay,
hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay, y'all, this is Young Ray, one of my supporters. He lives in the UK and he's also, autistic. So I want to hear like what he has to think about this situation as far as hearing that, Sebastian left with no shoes, these types of things, and how they, how they said like he invades space, like any child invade
Yes, of
space.
course.
So
If
what
I
you have
had
to
to
say on this,
give
Young Ray, as I'm
my
packing up to go
thought
out the door?
is though that that's out of character for him because it's for an autistic person. Once when they get into a certain routine, they love to stick with it, and it's gonna be hard for them to basically either you can make them change it, you can show them how to change your routine, but once when a person like me likes a routine, we stick with it, and it's gonna be hard for someone else to make us change it. Though you can try it, but it won't be easy. Not easy to convince. Because that's out of character for him. He won't leave
Right.
the house without you. That's just kind of like any person, though, actually, to be honest. But also the way that stepfather treated him and everything.
Right. I think so too. What are some other things? Because I know you talk to me about, the difference, the high functional, because we did hear them say he's a high functioning, autistic, 15-year-old. So that says a lot as
Okay,
well.
there's a difference. So basically, with high functioning autistic people, they're on a spectrum. They're on the higher spectrum. So it means though, so they're able to function like everyone else. They just have certain different types of things going on in there. So basically, yes, they have like some difficulties, but some things they are, they can function just like everyone else. So basically, if over time with improvement, and when you show a high functioning autistic person certain things and skills, eventually when they learn it, they'll pick it, and that's how they get to it. I know because I've done it before. I used to be like him though, not recognizing certain behaviors, not being too vocal, and stuff like that. I used to be like him.
Okay, I understand. And I see you definitely have opened up. Like you told me that I helped you open up with going live and all that. So I'm glad that, that I was able to do that. And now,
Oh,
you can
you're
share your
welcome though.
channel.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Because look, someone else suggested the idea, but you're the first person I ever tried it with.
Right. Got you. Well, I'm glad you felt comfortable, to try with me, because I know you say like, y'all have routine and stuff like that. So I don't know how your trust, is with people. Like, do you give everyone a chance, or do you get signs from certain people? Like, they may not,
Certain times,
do
though, it's
or
more
do
like
you
chemistry.
recognize those
So,
behaviors?
okay, yes, I'd say it's more about chemistry. You and me have built great chemistry. That's why I'm more comfortable speaking to you, more basically, more trusting in a way. That's why I trust you in a way, because in a way, it's chemistry based. Like, we built good chemistry. You've earned my trust in a way, and the way, and also, like, your character and everything. So I just recognize that it's like the whole broad of things, though. So basically, I'm on a higher frequency. I'm high vibrational. It's just that for me, what we do is, though, right? I'm high vibration. Every autistic person's high vibrational. It's just that they have to vibrate on a certain frequency according to everyone else, though. So on a spirit level, everyone else, this is what happens, though. So it's like they're highly vibrational, but at the same time, when they have to speak or function with other people in their life, they have to go according to what that person's frequency is.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Well, I'm glad I was able to gain your trust. I try to, do that with everybody. I'm an honest person. I'm a nice person. I try to treat everyone,
Absolutely,
with
yes.
respect, even people that don't treat me with respect. Still try to, not go there, with people.
Same.
And so, going on YouTube now, people are lying on me again, talking about me. So, but I try not to feed, into that. But however, I will address it, because you won't lie on me. No, we want to address it on this live, but just know I am going to address it.
Yeah, for me, I just ignore them people that focus on the positive energy. I have more people that love me than don't love me. I just basically slowly over time, like, yeah, I hang out where we hang out, but at the same time, I slowly distance myself away. So basically, I just go to a different chat, different place, different space, different chat with different people who would treat me way better and everything. I mean, nothing against people here. They're nice to me, they're cool and everything. I go where I go, and I'm happy with that.
Well, I'm glad that my spot is a comfortable, place for you to, be and
You're
communicate and,
welcome.
open up.
Yes, of course, I totally get you,
Wait a
though,
minute.
because
I don't know if you can hear me. I
I hear
thought I
you, though.
unmuted myself. Can you hear me? Wait a minute. Maybe I
Yes.
need to cut my phone up. I'll switch to my phone. So let me just fix the audio real quick. Okay. What I'm saying is, talk now, young Red, so I can see if I can hear you.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
Uh, let's see.
Oh, hey, John. Hey,
Are you
Ryder.
talking?
Welcome in. Yes, of course, I hear you,
How
though.
can I
Do you
hear
hear
nothing?
me?
Oh, never mind. Say something again.
All right. Hey, guys.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff Scott. Welcome into my 14th co-stream. This is the 4th time I'm doing this with Mamba. So everyone, welcome in the chat. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. Please leave a like, comment, share, and subscribe to join the Drip Squad. And yeah, that's that. Grida, that is so true, man. I get you on that. Yeah. But for me, I like to see the good in others. And I see no, absolutely. I totally get you on that, you know. I totally see good in that's why I feel comfortable with you because I've already know we've built that and you and me took also so basically in a way, I got to know you, you got to know me. That's why, like that.
Right. I'm glad we were able to. I'm just getting my shoes on so I can walk out this door to go to this solar eclipse with the kid. And
Oh,
then I'm
okay,
gonna
that's
start
nice.
another live. I'm gonna start another live for the solar eclipse. No, I want to mix up the two. But yeah, I
Okay,
just wanted
cool.
to get your thoughts on, on what you thought about Sebastian, the case, being that because you told me you used to act like him. Can you go a little deeper as far as like explain like your behaviors when you were 15?
No, I wouldn't say 15, more younger though. 15, I slowly got
Okay.
there. I'd say way younger though, a long time ago, I did not recognize other people's behaviors. So for example though, when he's at 15 or when describing him, he didn't recognize certain social behaviors though. So for example, at the stepfather and everything, he thought it was normal because he's been exposed to it for so long. He did not
Uh-huh.
recognize the behavior and everything. And when he slowly eventually started to realize what's up, that's when he wanted to run away and everything. So, but also if he had to run away, he'd run away with something that really means something to him.
Right. Right. I think so as well. And that he had a phone. So it's like, why would he leave his phone? Why would he because I'm sure if he had a routine, he probably took his phone with him. His routine is
Mhm.
he put shoes on when he go out the door. So that's what I don't understand. Like, and like you said, like Chris always will say, um, like Chris treated him like he just was a normal child. And yes, you want to treat, your child, normal. You don't want them to feel
Yes,
like
of
you feel
course,
like
but
something
I
is
think
wrong
it's
with
levels to it though. Yes, you treat, an autistic person like a normal child, but you have to be very creative when doing so.
right.
You're not supposed to be too aggressive or too soft. You're supposed to have a good balance between the both of them because they're emotion sensitive. They have a thing called hypersensitivity. It's not hypersensitivity with an autistic person is not just hypersensitive touch, it's hypersensitive emotions. I know that
Okay.
because I've got that.
Okay. So explain to me if you were a young boy and your parents decided to just come in your room with a trash bag and throw away everything that was on the floor that wasn't supposed to be on the floor, or throw away things that they felt like, oh, well, it's not where I think you should put it in your room. So it's going to go in the trash. And not only is it going to go in the trash, but I'm going to make you put it in the trash and then make you push the trash to the end of the street.
Oh wow, I'd probably like slowly if I was his age though, I'd probably basically call him out on it though, because I've slowly like over time improved in everything. So basically, let's say, but when they slowly start to improve and they recognize things and everything, they can basically become more outspoken and everything, and also how the way they treat. So for me, if that was me, I'd probably just call them out on it, and I'd probably be more resistant though.
Okay,
I
so what if
think
you call him out, but he's the type of person like Chris where he thinks he's always in control? I mean, I don't know if you heard my video when I did the review with the ex-wife, and she said how he hit her child in the mouth when she
Oh
had
wow.
braces and busted her lip, and then he also hit a 3-year-old, and she was like, "You can't do my child
Oh
like
wow,
that."
with a
And
person
he
like
said,
him, yeah, I'd probably comply anyway because I do what I'm told anyway, because with autistic person as well, what they do is well, if they're told to do something, they'll do it because they just it's not just like routine only. They just have the heart to do it though, because they don't want to disappoint someone that means something to him. And I know that type of person. I don't mean not anything like that, but I think so. Sebastian is something like that. He's just probably just doing what he's told because he don't want to disappoint his mom and everything like that, though. Because he
Right,
don't want to
right.
disappoint the mother. Mother means so much to him. So he feels, if he don't listen in his mind, his mom's gonna be upset and side with the stepfather and everything. And when he just do what he's told and everything.
Right. Right. But that's what I'm saying. Even if he does what he's told, I still think Chris is still harsh, on him. Like, oh, no, think
I
about
was
it.
like, I'm more like with you as well. I was just gonna also say one more thing and then I'll let you speak. So I was gonna
Okay,
say,
but
so
okay, go
basically
finish.
with that also I think he's also harsh with it when doing that though. Like, wow, that's really harsh, man. Going too far on it. And later what you don't realize though is, that's just hurting his emotions even more. It's gonna make him more emotional eventually. And like, wow, man, that's too far. When you say it like that, oh my God.
Right. And then let's say, like I said, you tell him to clean up the room and he clean it up, and then you walk in there, like I said, and you're like, okay, well, this is not where it's supposed to go. And so this is what his mom tell him to clean the room first. He go do it. And then when he come back out, Chris like, okay, is the room clean? Sebastian's like, oh yeah, the room's clean. And then Chris say, okay, now I'm gonna go check it and I'm gonna go in there with the trash bag. And so he was like, and then you bet your golly. So he goes back in there and he cleans that room the way it's, supposed to be clean. And he was even like, y'all should try this with y'all kids. I promise you it'll work. You only have to do it one time. Basically, like everything that they have on the floor, if it's on the floor, then you pick it up, put it in the garbage, make them take the garbage down the
What?
street. So you letting them know, oh, you're not getting this back. Like, you're not getting this back. It's going to the trash. Like,
What?
I would never do that to my
That's
children
too
because, first of all, it's my
extreme.
hard-earned money. Right. I would give it to somebody, that's less fortunate before I'm throwing my children's stuff away. But I threaten them with throwing away stuff all the time and don't throw it away. But I would
Right,
never do
right,
that.
right. And I'd also say as well, you know what you're saying, you're correct also. And you're probably gonna also say, look, I don't like the way you did it though, but say it in a way where they will understand. Basically, the voice as well. So when you speak in a certain voice as well to that type of child as well, you have to kind of be careful with it. Yes, sometimes you have to talk like that, which is understandable, but also the tone of voice also actually means too much so like basically, if that was me in a way, you probably have to tell him like basically, look, I don't like the way you did it. Look, you don't need certain things the way you tell him. Like, look, I'll give you the option of look. You organize which bits you want, and wherever you don't need, just give it to me, and I will just give it to someone who needs it, or whatever needs to be thrown will be thrown. So basically, what he should have done is basically tell him, look, I need you to help me organize which bits need to be organized, and wherever you need, you keep, and wherever you don't need, throw. Not away, but just give away.
Exactly. Now, if it's trash, okay, we can throw it away because we don't want to give trash to people. But right, you're exactly right. I just feel like that's not the right way to do it. And my other thing is that I probably didn't mention to you, or you probably didn't know, his mom and Chris are both military. So you can
What?
only imagine what type of clean they talking about.
What? That's wow, man. That's very strict though. I wouldn't know though, but I totally get you. Like, damn, that's too strict though. Like later on, when that guy grows up, when he becomes a full adult and stuff like that, you're filling him up with too much trauma though. Look,
Yep.
and also the autistic child, look, once they're hypersensitive, so once you actually fill them up with that type of emotion more and more, like, look, it's not just they feel the emotion, but it's also doubled. It's double times worse than a normal person. Though. I would say normal. It's double than other people. Basically, I'd say it's double that because
Right.
they. Yes, we get sensitive, but at the same time with me, I actually get double that. So it's more like hyper, so like really high level. So it doubles than a normal time.
I'm still here. I'm just getting in the car.
Okay. Hey, world, welcome in, man. Okay, yeah, I totally get you on that. Wait, but what else? I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to get here because I think 107 our time. Well, 107 is like the time that they're saying I guess it's gonna start around the world.
Okay. Well,
But
right
it
now
says
it's 6:57, and my fast will end at 7:47.
mm-hmm. So you said
Yeah,
today is the 29th
29th.
day of Ramadan?
Yes, I got one more day left, and
One
then
more
after that,
day. Yay.
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, wait, but also, another good way to basically get an autistic child to actually learn, for their actions is yes, you can shout at them, yes, you can take things away from them, but and eventually they're already used to certain ways to redo it again. It ain't right though, and it ain't enabling that. I know that though. The only one effective method that always works on me, no need for hands though. All you gotta do is emotionally distance yourself, and I will learn because the because for them, for a child like that though, is the only thing they fear in a way is, emotional distancing. So basically, if they know that a person that they care about is gonna distance themselves and not gonna speak to them, it affects them, and it makes them wanna do the right thing.
Right. Gotcha. My charger space is not working. Yeah, I'm trying to think of another question because I know I told you that was military. And his mom was like she did a lie to take the test and it came back inconclusive, which don't
What?
mean it was she told the truth. It just mean it was inconclusive. And she was a MMA fighter also, which means she know how to control her breathing in situations and stuff like that. And plus they was in military, so you already know they teach. Like, come on now.
Wow.
And then Chris, like I
ABC.
said, you heard the interview. One interview, he said he already done the polygraph and passed it. Another interview, he told Nancy Grace that they told him because of his whereabouts, he didn't have to do one. Then Nancy Grace asked him, okay, well, if I set up a polygraph test, will you do it? He said, yeah, name the time and place. I'm there. Nancy went through hoops and hollers and to set it up. And then he came back and said law enforcement told him that they going to conduct their own polygraph. So he claimed he told her that after law enforcement do their polygraph, and he'll do one with her. I'm not believing it. I'm
Wow.
not believing it.
Wow. Nah, I think he's saying that to avoid it though, because
Yeah.
with the person of military training, they're trained to basically be in high pressure situations. So with the military person like that though, ain't no disrespect to him though. Basically, if when they actually have that type of experience, it just makes them more immune to like high pressure situations. So they'll just try and strategize another way to get out of it. And like, wow, man, just kind of shows you that they didn't really want him though.
Right. And then on a lot of the medium videos that I've been watching or spirit videos that's been like in contact with, with him or spirits, they've said that like he said like I was a liability, like I was in the way. Like and then it was like on one of the videos they was asking her like why would you leave the home when your son hasn't been found or whatever, and she gonna holler out at this point Sebastian could be anywhere, so that's why I'm gonna go accompany my husband to work and then I'm gonna shortly come back. But she ain't been back. Like they've been, yeah,
Wow, that
they
just
are
shows
right
you
now
see
in
one of the
Mississippi, nowhere near home.
wow. Wow, man, wow. That kind of shows you they didn't really want him though. They just pretty much know that with that person, with a person like Sebastian in a way, like with me and stuff like that, you have to give extra support. You have to, find a way to deal with him in a different way. And they already used to a certain way of things and they don't like that though. So they don't want to do that. And they just, part of me just wants me to believe they didn't want him though. They didn't do it though. They just probably knew somebody who did it.
Gotcha. Well,
Yeah, because to me, in a way, your actions show me that your actions show their actions show that
What you think about it was something else when you was talking about them not wanting him. What you think about the fact that Sebastian's birth father, Seth, who's also works, he's a correctional officer for the sheriff's department. He was getting custody of Sebastian after school was ending. So in June, Sebastian was coming to live with him full time. Now, on a video, I did hear Seth say it was Chris' idea, and that Chris was working on getting Katie to agree to it. But now all of a sudden he come up missing.
Wow. Oh, we
So it's
actually heard
like,
that though, but
if
it's
you didn't
been like
want him, why you didn't give him to his dad? Did you not want to pay child support? Did you not want to lose that autistic, the check that you may be getting for him because he's autistic? And he also he just was diagnosed with autism last year. But
wow.
his original thing is he's missing chromosome SQ27. I think I'm saying that right. But he's missing the 27th chromosome. He's missing a chromosome.
Oh, okay. I
They
mean, like
mentioned
me,
it.
I
I
got my
showed it on one of my
diagnosis
other
at 5.
videos.
I've got my diagnosis at 5. I just discovered, I just learned for myself, like basically, like I've already had it. I've had it for a long time. I got diagnosed at 5, but I found out when I was 13 years old.
Gotcha. And
No, for
then
myself though, basically. So for me, right, I found out when I was 13. So basically, like, look, I mean, I already had a diagnosis long back. I just wasn't aware of it.
right, okay. So like I said, they knew the chromosome he was missing, I guess, at birth or whatever. And that's why he had I think I don't know if he got a plate in his head, but he had something where if he get hit in the head, he could be seriously hurt or even unalive because he has water on the brain or something. His dad was saying that.
Wow.
And then the other thing was, oh God, what was it? Seth was supposed to get his ex-wife, Chris' ex-wife, his 4th ex-wife, because he's been married 5 times.
Wow.
So his 4th ex-wife, who is the only person that has a child with him, he didn't want the baby, but she did. She decided to keep the baby. So she ended up having the baby on her own. He ended up coming to the hospital, being rude and all that, yelling at all at the hospital, where the nurses and doctors was like, look, we're going to have to call CPS down here and we're going to have to make you leave because she just pushed the whole baby out and she don't deserve you, in here treating her like this, whatever. So right then she should have left him, but she didn't. And like I said, because he had already hit her 7-year-old in the mouth and bust her lip. And then he had already hit her 3-year-old and basically was like, he's a man, he needs to learn. A 3-year-old?
What, a 3-year-old, man? That's wow, man. That's way too early to do that. And also, putting hands on someone, period, though, is wrong. I mean, even though, yes, it will work for some, yes, it might work, though, but I mean, for certain people, absolutely not. No.
Right.
Putting hands on someone won't work. The only thing that would work to me, I think, in my paper would be effective is basically emotions thing. When you basically tell someone, though, look, I don't want to talk to you for this amount of time, that gives them more of a time for self-reflection.
Right. And then, dang, it was one more thing I want to say because I'm almost putting up to their school. So like I said, I'm going to start another live and it's going to be a vertical live.
Okay.
But it was, dang, it's on the tip of my tongue. Wait a minute. Is it about Katie? Is it about Sebastian? And then also in the interviews where Katie and Chris are describing Sebastian, like the stuff that he do, talking about like no sense of people's space and like the stuff that they were saying about him. His dad said they describing Sebastian 4 years ago. He said they are not describing the 15-year-old Sebastian.
They are describing a child, him when he was 11, 12.
Yeah, but that's the thing is with an autistic child, though, they basically like to get attached to a certain person that they feel comfortable with. So, like, yes, they don't have sense of space. Sometimes I don't either, but I know space and everything like that. I'm learning. But also, the thing is, though, as well, when it comes to that, though, is at that time, he probably felt like really attached to he feels really attached to certain people, who he feels attached to. And I know that people there though don't feel comfortable about it, but that's understandable for them. That's their feeling. But also to me as well is what you call it. Oh yeah, it's because with an autistic child, once they feel comfortable with someone, they like to get attached. They like to be attached.
Right. I can get that. And that's understandable. I mean, first of all, children can get attached, period, because children like to be around their families, their parents, their mom. Like, kids
Right,
love
right.
their
It
mom.
took
Like,
me. I
my
remember
kids
actually
love their
long
dad. They
time.
love it too.
Okay, yeah, totally though. I'm kind of the same as well. I'm basically over attached to certain people as well. Like basically, walking in at the wrong time, talking at the wrong time when I shouldn't though. That's understandable. That's just normal child behavior. I mean, you're a autistic person. Yeah, that's very understandable. For me, I remember long time ago, the first day when I went to school, first day of school, long time ago. It took me like a month to basically settle in school on my own. Before that, I had to get family members to actually come in to school with me and basically sit in the class with me and make me feel comfortable. But for me, that time, I wasn't, I couldn't. It's like separation anxiety or something like that. I couldn't leave without a family member that time, So it took me a month to do it on my own.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. And then I also realized that some children that aren't even autistic per se do things that autistic children do. Like they find a way
Oh.
to, they call it stimming or something.
Right. I'd probably say that basically they say that we're all on the spectrum included. It's not just me. I'm on the spectrum and it's confirmed it. But I'm saying it's for everyone else though, basically in general. Maybe yourself as well also. It's basically we're all on the spectrum. It's just that depending which level of the spectrum you are. For me, I'm higher. For him, he's higher. So basically for autistic children, it's different though. So they say everyone's on the spectrum though. So basically, it's just the traits and stuff that you display. So everyone's on the spectrum. We just display different traits.
Right. I agree. I agree. And the reason I say this because my 5-year-old daughter, Jalea, sometimes she does, some things, but she's not autistic though. But
Okay.
but like
I
you
can
said, we all
understand
on
that.
the spectrum.
Of course we are though. That's just how it is though. We're all on a spectrum. It's just that basically that we all display different traits. And also for me if you say on a spirit level though, I say basically I'm high vibrational. So basically of autistic people or autistic children, they're on a high vibration on a spirit level. It's just that for them in this type of world they have to basically vibrate on the level according to the person they're with, or basically how they have to vibrate on a certain frequency, to function like everyone else. Other than that, they like high vibration too much though. Like they
Gotcha.
got so much
But
energy.
I just pulled up at the kiddo school. I don't see them outside yet, but I'm gonna walk in and sign in so they know I'm here and give me some glasses. So did you
Okay.
have any final words before we get off of here? And I'm gonna add you to the title and say kind of like I interviewed you,
Okay,
so I
sure.
can get a
You can
better
go for it. So,
understanding.
so final word is though that basically, look, certain behavior that Sebastian does, though that's just normal for an autistic child, and the way that the stepfather treated the way the stepfather and the mother treated treated him is wrong in a way. I know it's like normal chat though, how you treat him and everything, but it's a certain way you have to do it. It's not like, oh, they're just like that. No, you're supposed to treat him normally, but the only difference is you're supposed to find another way to show them though, look, you're just like everyone else, but you have to, I acknowledge what you have, but at the same time, I need you to understand you're just like everyone else. You just need to find a way.
Right. I totally agree. And thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for joining me, Young Reyes. I really appreciate and enjoy your opinions and your truth and your honesty.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I'm gonna get up off of here because I'm gonna start another live vertically for solar eclipse. For anyone that wants to watch it, that may not be in the totality area. So y'all come back because the solar eclipse is starting soon. And again, thank you, Young Reyes. You enjoy your day, and I hope to see you on the solar eclipse. Are y'all gonna see the eclipse?
Thank you very much. If it's not gonna happen where I'm from, though, then I'll probably just see it where you're seeing it. Okay, no problem.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Just one sec. I'm just gonna probably. Someone showed me how to end this here before on my side. Look, I'll try and do this though. I gotta end it here, or otherwise I gotta leave it running.
It's okay. It don't matter. I'm finna end it anyway. I'm just gonna play one of my son's songs and getting up out of here.
Okay, give me a second. I'll be down.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's fine. All right, it's finished. I'm done.
Okay. Goodbye.
All right. All right.
Okay. Bye. Okay, y'all. We about to get up out of here, and y'all come back and join me for the solar eclipse. Thank y'all.
My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. Yeah, I'm back home, nigga. And guess what the fuck strapped on me? Last chance in it, you can call me business. I'm all up in it, bro, strictly by my business. Protect my shit like a lamp hole Indian. If you ain't got this, man, I strongly recommend it. Neck on tennis, wrist on tennis. Black Jesus beach with black dreadlocks in it. I came here to win it, I need playing time. You can't stop me, just found me and send me to the line. It's Young May Izzle, Hancock Dizzle, and I don't give a fuck about none of you niggas. I gun at you niggas, this ain't time for play. I'm almost off parole and I'll be smoking every day. Approaching with a K, smoking on a J. I go anywhere, I don't give a fuck where you stay, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. Old black Chevy, yeah, that's me. A triple and a motherfucking double OG, nigga. You don't know me, you gotta be drinking. I'm known for cutting heads and leave a nigga sinking. I leave a nigga blinking just for all that playing. You think the Hook Green will call me the Orange Man? Cause when I get at ya, I really get at ya. I'm like Vin Diesel, bro, I keep a vendetta. It's always about cheddar. It's never cause you let her. Cause I don't wanna anyway. See, I can do better. See, I can do stellar. She love the way I groove. She like the way I cut the sack and still make it move. I'm nothing like that dude. Yeah, I'm something special. I'm known for getting money, so I ain't gotta address you. But not to disrespect you. If you touch my nephew, my niece, or my daughter, or my son, I'm coming at you, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. In the key shit, nigga. Nintendo Wii shit, nigga. The game on you niggas. Let it cane on you niggas. We'll bang on you niggas. Let it rain on you niggas. I'm ashamed of you niggas. And you know I know triggers. You know I know figures. Been in it since a youngin'. Wild out dungeon. Young Paul Bunyan. I came in running. Ain't going out gunning. I always had something. I don't owe you nothing, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker, innovation, nigga.